uyu borom jasna pire soo ko bëggee fii si biir Gambia bi dawal foofu sa quality jasna your number one stop shop. Ana sama jigéen ñi dama bëgg ngeen jox ma seen nopp garme yi ndaxte quality jasna amal nañ leen ay til yu toj daala poos abaaya yu yiiw waaye it amal nañ leen ay boreda yu rafet boreda yoo xam ne pour góor ñi la ak pour jigéen ñi amal nañ leen body scrub yi nga xam ne nii dafay defar seen yaram bam nice waaye it fàttewuñ fa diw yi. Ana sama jeeg yu pare yi quality jasna amal nañ leen fa andi cuuraay yu neex house spray ak bépp xeetu baax pour seen biir néeg. Dama ne atum ren jii ku sa jëkkër mere ku ne yow la neex ndaxte quality jasna ñëw na si dëkk bi pour defar sëy yi. Makeup artist yi bàyyi ñeen gannaaw ñu ngi leen fa amal ay makeup product yu quality waxu leen léegi nii foofu sa Westfield jàkkaarloog monument bi wala nga jokkoo quality jasna si 250 01 24 ak quality jasna taaral sa bopp taaral sa néeg waaye it dëggal sa alaaji aas.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our care. Amen.
Of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 19 June 2023.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 19 June 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 19 June 2023.
Of papers, the first paragraph, second line. Report of the Standing Committee on Regional Government, Lands Ombudsman, and IEC. It should be IEC's visit to rural councils. So the visit is missing there. We should incorporate that. And then the second paragraph also has some problems. If you are done with that, you've seen it.
Number one, IEC visit, isn't it, to rural councils? Honorable member. Honorable member, are you following? Yeah, okay. Is it honorable member? Is it a standing committee or select committee? So instead of standing committee, you should read select committee.
Report is written there twice. So when we say audit report by the Auditor General should suffice. We should not come back again and say report, auditor general report. So we should cancel that report. And then the third line also, what they put there is NEWEC, NEWEC. And that's in almost throughout, wherever it is seen. It's NEWEC, not NEWEC. I think, yeah.
Can we now move to page 2? Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Select Committee on Environment. It should be reading like that. Thank you. On environment, sustainable development, and the Article D, THE.
Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Were absent with permission. My name was not captured. It's not captured in that. It's captured on absent without permission. And I took permission since last week that I'm not feeling okay. And my name is captured on the absent without permission. Thank you. And it has been appearing throughout the last week. Thank you.
That the only authority that gives permission, grants permission, is the office of the Speaker. The table office, you can communicate through them, and they can communicate to the office of the Speaker and then get back to you. But until that is done, just telling them is not permission granted. Whilst we recognize that members can absent themselves from Parliament for a number of times without the Speaker or anybody's permission. But if you want to be put under permission, absence with permission, we have to approve of it, or we must be on the know. But if we are not in the know, you want to be, it cannot be shown that you are absent with permission. We have addressed this several times. I think, honorable members, we need to regulate on this very clearly. Yes, honorable member.
It was of no avail.
Not getting me means you have not got me for whatever reasons.
Yes,
what I'm trying to put, honorable, what I'm trying to put across is it is happening and happening, and I think we should draw a line. The only way your name can appear as absent with permission is when permission is granted. Now, members can absent themselves because it has been the order, but it has been abused. People don't come and they will say absent with permission, absent with permission. And we are more often than not, we are not even aware. And proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 19th June 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Let me thank all of you for your participation. Your eagle eyes, you look at every dot.
Laying of papers and reports. Report of the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites, September 2022, by the chairperson of the committee.
Motion, Honorable Speaker.
No, it is authorized.
We agreed on reports to go 1 hour and 5 minutes for each member. Yes, 53K. Okay, Honorable Speaker, I rise order 53K to be time to be limited 1 hour. Each 61K, yeah? 2.
Thank you. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Assembly limits the time on all the reports and the deliberations of members. Reports, each report not more than 1 hour.
Acknowledgement. The Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development sincerely appreciates the Office of the Clerk for for the facilitating the tour, which was completed successfully. The committee extends gratitude to the project director of CPCU and all regional directors, as well as the honorable members and support staffs. The following members of the committee are as follows: Honorable Omar Dabo, the chairperson; Honorable Amikoli, vice chairperson; Honorable Lamin Jesane, member; Honorable Yaya Sanya, member; Honorable Asanture, member; Honorable Omar Jame, member; Honorable Yunus Abah, member; Honorable Mfalde Kora, member; Honorable Sieni Jawara, member; Miss Alari Gilem, committee clerk; Mr. Ibrahim Abba, communication officer; Mr. Fans Bojan, driver. Introduction. In fulfillment of our tour as a committee mandate, in the accordance with Section 109, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Gambia and Clause 97(1) to Clause 97(2)(b) of the National Assembly Standing Orders, the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development embarked on a 6-day tour of selected agricultural product investment sites nationwide. The site visitors fall under the purview of Roots Graph P2RT, Rice Value Chain Transformation Project, RRVCDP, project under the Ministry of Agriculture. Several recommendations in this report emanated from observation made by the committee during its visit. Honorable Speaker, I would like to give the key information about the projects we visited. The Gambia Inclusive and Resilient Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, GIRAF, the project development of the objective. It is promote the development of inclusive, resilient, and competitive agricultural value chains, focusing on these smallholders, farmers, and agribusiness in project targeted areas, promoting modern agriculture, irrigation in women and youth-led agribusiness farm. Building on GIRAF achievement, this sub-component will promote the development of new agribusiness farm led by women and youth, targeted age 18 to 35. This business will be equipped the greenhouse and modern irrigation technologies to produce horticultural crops using climate-smart practices. The Rice Value Chain Transformation Project. This project aims to contribute to food and nutrition security, enhance economic growth by reducing rice importation. The objective is to improve income, rural livelihood, food and nutrition security, and contribute to poverty reduction through increasing commercialization of rice. Coverage area are CRR North, CRR South, and URA. The Select Committee on Duration of the project is 5 years. Project financing is 5.54 million units of accounts. Project executive, Ministry of Agriculture, CPCU. Project implementation is PIU. The committee visit first engagement was at Kanuma, North Bank region. The committee began engagement with stakeholders in agricultural sector on the status of project and program, with a stop at Nyomi Kanuma in the North Bank region. Members of the committee took note of presentation of women on the aspect of the horticultural garden and that of adult literacy programs. Garden project. The women informed the committee that the garden project is a continuation of the intervention by NEMA project. As a result, the root project is taking it from where the NEMA project stopped. The NEMA project constructed defense storage facility and water reservoir for the garden. The roots project began with the installation of borehole and standpipe across the garden. It also provides seeds, garden tools, and technical support for production to begin. As of the 2022 rainy season, the community cultivated crops like okra and watermelon, etc. Challenges. Size of the garden is 4 hectares. The women highlighted that the garden size is small, that it does not cater for the need of the entire community. They say that there is additional space that could be fenced and be added to the garden. Market. The women express concern on the availability of market. They hope with a reliable market, they will earn a fair return from their investment on the garden. Adult literacy. The adult literacy program enrolled 25 participants. The women demonstrated mastery of their alphabet and numerals as example of progress in programs. Yalali Tankonjala. The horticultural garden model visited in Nyomi Kanuma is similar to the project in Yalali Tankonjala in the aspect of fencing, irrigation facility, crop production, and project funding. In this community, just like in Kanuma, the Roots project is yet to construct the overhead water tank. According to the project staff on the ground, that aspect of irrigation infrastructure has been contracted to the Gambia Electrical for a 6-month deadline. Challenges, overhead tank. The women working in the garden are longing for the completion of irrigation infrastructure as they are hoping to start nursery bed to enable them continue production from the rainy season. Issue with fencing. The women reported some damage on the garden fence, which resulted from falling of a tree during windstorm about a year ago. The storage facility. They reported that the roof of their storage facility was blown off during the windstorm about a year ago by the time visited. Office of the Director of Agriculture at Kerewan. The committee called on the Office of the Director of Agriculture for North Bank Region at Kerewan to brief him on the aims and objectives of the tour and solicit his observation on the projects began visited. The Director, John Mendes, shared a hard copy of the
Honorable Member,
activity.
yes, minority.
I just want to observe, based on the motion that we took earlier on, for the committee to have 1 hour. So if the mover want to go by the space without summarizing, members will not have any time to debate. We have only 1 hour allocated to the committee. Yes.
Director, I can go straight to, okay, to the challenges. Okay, the Gambia Songhai Initiative. The committee did a spot check at the Gambia Songhai Initiative in Chairman to receive update of the progress and or challenge regarding the model being initiated there. The manager of the central took the honorable members on the conduct tour for production site. Members took note of the poultry initiative, the turkey breeding, moringa plantation, and various vegetable plantation. Kaur Cold Store. The committee made a pass-by check on the ongoing construction of a cold storage facility in Kaur. The facility was at the well length at the time of the visit, where there were enough bricks on the ground to complete the work. The committee noted that the construction was slow. The main project staff were not on the ground to give detail of the project and reasons for the slow progress. The workers on the brick making explained the availability of their work in the area. Apart from the cold store, they said they are capable of producing bricks for members of the community on commercial purpose to create employment and income opportunity, mainly for the youths. Roots Project Balangar Animal Drinking Point. The challenges on the animal drinking points. Let me read. Yeah, the community visited the Balangar Animal Drinking Point, CRR, which catered for about 18 different villages in the area. The beneficiary recalled that prior to the installation of the solar power borehole system, there was a huge difficulty in accessing water for their livestock. In many instances, the livestock would suffer diseases from contaminated water, such as from lakes that were introduced with salt. Their experience is such that a bank account is created to cater for the maintenance of facility. As a result, owners of herd pay $10 annually for each cow to make saving for the cows. Sotuma Sambakoi. The site visited is the RISE project by the Gambia Armed Forces Battalion in the Upper River region, where 30 men are assigned for the 2022 farming period. Prior to the season, the Gulf farm manager, 002 Yankuba Kole, had been trained by the RISE Value Chain project. He conducted a step-down training for the men in uniform who were selected for RISE project, laying on the usual manual. According to the Regional Agricultural Director for URR, the Gulf Rice project is equally important in the recruitment of extension workers as they are active in sharing of knowledge and experience among farmers in the area. The Gulf commander in URR said the ongoing project is a pilot and that hope each of the 30 men on the field will establish their own field classes by the end of 2022 production cycle in order to expand the project. The challenges. The beneficiary informed members of the committee that the weed is too much on the farm, that they had to do 3 rounds of weeding. Water supply. They informed the committee that the land is not level, so that the flow of rainwater on the farm is one side. It was reported that this imbalance was due to incomplete land development program irrigation by the NEMA project. As a result, the Gulf Rice project relies on 2 pumping machines to pump all other parts of the farm. They also spoke of instance of pest infestation and birds being issues affected their efforts. Sotokoi, Wuli is. Sutukoba, the Wuli is. The committee visited Wuli is Sutukoba to observe the construction of a rice drying floor and district storage facility. The work was on track and progressive. Kulare, URR. At Kulare, the committee visited a similar project to that of Sutukoba, but at this place, the construction of a rice drying floor and district storage is at the foundation level, despite the disbursement of 50% to the contractor. The worker on the ground said that he hardly see the contractor and that he was waiting on disbursement to continue the construction. The beneficiary also noted that the floor measure for the construction is small to cater for the needs of farmers on estimated size of 300 hectares. They also observed that the floor is not level at all. Sotokoi Mandinka. The women's garden is among 3 out of the 6 vegetable gardens left incomplete by NEMA project, now under the Roots project. The 5-hectare garden was fenced by NEMA, while storage facility, 20 water reservoir, 20 dual standpipe and toilet facility were being constructed by Root project. During the rainy season, the women allocated every Wednesday of the week when they take a break from the rice field to work in the garden as they await completion of the water supply facilities. Challenges. The beneficiary noted that 1 toilet facility is not sufficient in the garden in the view of the distance it is from the other side of the garden. They also highlighted the issue of monkeys as threat to the crops planted in the garden. Another area of concern for the women gardeners is the long await of the overhead water tank for the borehole in the garden. They also reported that Gambia Electrical, who is assigned for the installation of the overhead water tank, had told them that the pump system on the borehole is not recommended one. It was also observed that the place where the overhead water tank is earmarked is very far from the borehole as a source of water. According to them, this will put pressure on the power supply system. In response to some of the concern, the Roots project representative at the meeting said that the founder would appreciate if the community would contribute to the construction of a second toilet facility as their own contribution. On the issue of wild monkey, the Director of Agriculture in CRR promised to provide scare guns from their supply at the SAPO to take care of this situation. Sankule Kunda. The community had a brief stop to Sankule Kunda at the request of the village community to bring to the attention of the NAMS status of the work on the village rice field. The rice field under the rehabilitation were originally a NEMA project that is now taking over the Roots project. According to the Sankule Kunda village community, it is a 6-month project that aims to rehabilitate the irrigation system, canal and pumping machine, and plowing of the field. Challenges. The villagers expressed dissatisfaction with the level of progress by the contractor PABI4. According to them, the staff is neither committed nor regular at work because of financial issues. They also reported that the bulldozer operator would use lack of fuel as an excuse for not going to the work. They also blame a poor seasonal harvest on the poor irrigational system, which was further interrupted by the ongoing work. At the time of committee's visit, there was not hope that the work would be completed within the agreed 6-month period. They brought to the attention of NAMS that not all the fields were plowed at the time of the visit. Janjambure Nyantele. The committee of Janjambure is able to cultivate 3 hectares out of 9 hectares on the rice field known as Nyantale. Upon the visit by the community responded said the water pumping system is no longer working. The problem with the pumping system is explained to electrical issue, low voltage to run the machine. The beneficiaries are concerned that the rice planted on the rain field was planted late, and once the rainy season stops in about a month, the crops will need irrigation system for about 3 months to reach maturity. Official of the Roots assigned the Janjambure community to engage NAWEC on the electricity supply issue, and that the Roots project would settle the cost involved in the process. The Roots project also assured that a new power generator would be installed for the water pumping facility in about 2 months from September 2022. Janjambure Faraba, the committee also visited the Janjambure Faraba, where the Roots project is empowering farmers with farm inputs to start farming. The idea is for the farmers to continue with their irrigation system by end of the rainy season. However, the land development instead to improve the existing irrigation system is yet to be completed, and there is yet to be a functional pumping system. Roots project said Lower River region. The challenges they expressed to us is that the director explained that there is a high cost of power supply, which is not paid by the ministry, and this cost him personally to pay $15,000. He also highlighted the lack of mobility for his office and how difficult it is for staff of the directorate to live up to expectation due to mobility issues. As the director explained, all project proposals for the region are forwarded to the ministry for approval, and that the region is not consulted in terms of budgeting for the region. Giraffe. On the aspect of Giraffe, the region administrator, the application of 32 applicants, out of which the project selected 8 from the list and introduced its own list of beneficiaries. He also highlighted issue of water supply shortage in vegetable gardens, fencing, fertilizer, and vegetable scheme in the region. The Roots Project Coordinator in Lower River region highlighted some of their achievements, such as capacity building, distribution of seeds, capital, and administration of matching grant among different beneficiaries in the region. Challenging. She reported that other donors are yet to be brought living, effort alone with the funding. As a result, the project received $1.5 million instead of $8 million budgeted. For the first year, she noted that major activities such as land development are delayed as a result of disbursement challenges. Jara Soma, a cold store, is the same as that of Kaur. The committee noted that the construction, which started in May 2022, is somehow slow, but the project staff on the ground said that the lifespan of the construction goes up to December 2022. The beneficiary hold the farm believe that for production to improve, there must be a market for the produce. They also urge the need for value additional initiatives. Chiang Mandua. The women gardeners at Manduar in Chiang was presented before the committee their vision journey around the vegetable garden project. Among the immediate needs, according to their presentation, they demand garden tools and access to market for their products. They see the need for a road network as one of the immediate concerns. In the future, the women are hopeful that they could procure a vehicle that would be responsible for transportation of their produce from the garden to the market. As of this season, they have expanded the garden from 25 beds to 50 beds per person to cater for the demand for farmers in the area. Challenges. Some of their challenges are high cost of quality seeds, that is F1 variety, for production, lack of garden tools, lack of access to market, and poor road networking and water shortage. Chiang Keneba. At Keneba, the committee visited this structure for the animal breeding, which include their housing treatment site, poster production, and storage facility. The manager of the Wallet noted that the staff capacity is good and the center is fit for the purpose. They produce good breeds of large and small ruminant from which they supply farmers in the region. They also deal in animal byproducts such as milk from which they generate income for reinvestment in the center program. Challenges. The manager of Walik highlighted the lack of sufficient funding for their plans and programs. Compared to the capacity of the center, the ongoing business is a small scale. The housing facility for the animals are dilapidated, and in some cases, it is not fit for the purpose. They also reported that the management cost is so high that the staff are compelled to soldier a lot to keep the place ongoing. Road project in Foni Tampoto. The committee visited the road linking Foni Tampoto along this South Bank Highway connecting community to Jacoy Spirit near the river. The feeder road provided to cater for vehicles, cycle, cars, and pedestrians to and fro for various farm and garden to the need of the people. Challenges. The community at Foni Tampoto expressed concern on the lack of safety features, such as speed bumps on the highway. They also observed the absence of waterways, such as culverts, to allow smooth flow of water and for durability of the road. They also note that there are many villages along the new road without vegetable garden and other without water facility in their gardens. So despite the road production might not increase without increasing the number of community gardens and sufficient water supply system. Marakisa Combo South Marakisa Combo South. The site visited in Marakisa Combo South is the same as that of Kanuma North Bank region. But the challenges, according to the women in Marakisa, they face a lot of difficulties in getting vehicles to transport their vegetables to the market, which sometimes force them to travel as early as 4 a.m. to the market. Animal and pests destroy the crops. The disease called sickle sometimes affect the crops and spoil them. Getting a place in the Brikama market to sell their vegetable is also another problem. There is no cold storage in the village where vegetable can be kept. Small size of the garden, which is just 3 hectares, and also thieves disturb them a lot. General recommendation by the Committee of Agriculture. CPCU should reinforce their primary core function as an oversight unit of all the agricultural projects. They should ensure that the project deliverables are achieved on time and with quality. The ministry should ensure that CPCU works according to their mandate and terms of reference to ensure proper implementation of agricultural projects. The Ministry of Agriculture, CPCU, and the contract community must ensure strict compliance with the contract agreement signed with the contractors. Disbursement rate should match with the percentage of work done with the quality and continuous monitoring by the CPCU. In the interest of continuity, the project should be managed by the personnel of the institution of the Ministry of Agriculture, and those personnel should not necessarily leave their designated offices. All the contractor fund wanting should be prostituted and be banned completely from having government projects. Ministry of Agriculture and CPCU should ensure sharing and complementary of projects. All information on projects should be filtered down to the affected regional directories, which are the project documents and contracted agreement, to ensure proper monitoring on all ongoing projects within their regions. All incomplete projects with contractors that do not meet their timelines should be completed on or before December 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
For Fonyi benefit. Any second honorable members? Honorable member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi. I rise to second motion and for the report of the Agri Select Committee. And I actually want to take this opportunity to just to contribute. Honorable Speaker, if you look at section 102 of the Constitution, that is additional functions of the National Assembly, gives us the power to perform oversight. This report is very dear to my heart because coming from Sierra, not Nyanija, whereas what we know predominantly is farming, and that's where agriculture lies, looking at the challenges and then whatever that is contained in this report is so disheartening. Honest to God, I have to admit, a lot of challenges as highlighted in the report. incomplete works on projects, absence of project staffs, community members, dissatisfaction of projects taking over a project. This happened only in the Ministry of Agriculture. So as far as we have the powers, the constitutional powers responsible of performing oversight over government institutions, ministries, departments, and agencies, I think it is incumbent upon us to do what is right. And then I think it is apt for the select committee to go out on tour, to visit and see for themselves firsthand what is prevailing in these project sites. And then coming up with this report, I think the report is well detailed, explains some of the facts, but it's a bit lacking as far as I understand, to mention all the details as they are. We have to mention fully what actually prevails, because you cannot tell me project taking over a project on the achievements, while you don't tell me the achievement of that project. Like they said, Giraffe's project's achievement, the other project is taking over the, I don't just understand. And if you look at the recommendations that they have made, I expect if committees come present their reports, give us recommendations that will be binding to the ministries, departments, and agencies. But looking at this, definitely, they are good recommendations, but I think we could have done better to make it more binding so that we can have a monitoring mechanism that we can develop out of this, monitor it quarterly, monthly, to make sure what we recommend is implemented. And whereas it is not been implemented by the ministries, department, of agencies, we know the reasons why they cannot be implemented. Because the essence of going out for oversight is to make sure we make change to the lives and livelihood of the people that we represent. Honorable Speaker, with your permission. So, Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, I want to thank the committee for engaging on this oversight, and equally recommend them further. If you go out on tour, please make sure you bring us a very good report, maybe better than this one next time, and with very strong recommendations that have very strong resolutions per se, to make sure we implement this and monitor accordingly. So thank you very much.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites in September 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may now do so, beginning actually with the minority leader and member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much. Yes, as far as agriculture is concerned, and partly National Assembly can be blamed for whatever failure of the projects. What we can do to save and protect the projects is to conduct oversights. And when we do so, all the loopholes that we come across, inform the National Assembly adequately, and thereafter make strong recommendations to the relevant ministry for them to take action to remedy the situation. Honorable Speaker, we've seen a lot of projects coming, the roots, the giraffe, the rice value chain, meant to change lives and livelihood. It is our fervent belief that at the end of this tour and the report later, the report will be guiding us to find solutions to address the shortcomings of these respective projects we talk about. However, before us, as my colleague before me observed, the recommendations that are embedded here are general. I would expect each of the projects should have specific recommendations. Each of the villages or communities where you have the projects, where the challenges are highlighted, there should be specific recommendations as how to address those challenges. But honestly, that was lacking. I would recommend the committee, if they are to go for this oversight, what we want to see is the implementation of these projects. Rules is for 5 years. When did it start? What are they as far as implementation is concerned? What is your assessment in terms of performance? That is lacking here. If we fail to do that, we will not strongly hold on to the next of these projects and to ensure effective implementation. The committee needs to do more to enrich this report. We need to do more to see more on GIRAF, stage of implementation and performance. Likewise, routes, likewise the rice value chain. These are projects that are meant to improve lives and livelihood of the rural people that we cannot just allow to go just for the sake of projects. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Withdraw my intervention because of the intervention by the minority leader. Honorable Speaker, I just want to look at the rice value chain transformation project. On your permission, it reads, this project aims to contribute to food and nutrition security and enhance economic growth by reducing rice importation. The project is to improve incomes, rural livelihoods, food and nutrition security, and contribute to poverty reduction through increased commercialization of rice. And the coverage, CRR North, CRR South, and URR. It says duration is 5 years. When did the project start? How far have they gone with the implementation? What is the status of this? So that we can definitely assess to say the project implementation is in line with the duration of the project. And how far, what is the percentage implementation of the project? How much fund has been disposed so far? Because if they are at 5% of the implementation of the project, and out of 5 million, if 2 million or 3 million is being disposed, which means we would come up with certain assessment to say whether the project fund will be able to complete the project or not, and what have they done. So this is definitely very important. And we did not know when has the project started and when is the project ending, so that we can definitely assess the status of implementation of the project. Honorable Speaker, the adult literacy, which they have talked about here, sadly what they've talked about, what they have given us as our adults were learning, what their assessment is that the adult literacy program enrolls 25 participants. The women demonstrated mastery of the alphabets. Is it Arabic alphabets or English alphabets? I don't know what benefits will that have. Alphabets. Phonics, is it in national language? I don't know. Numerals as examples of progress of the program. If that is the literacy that we need for the progress of the program, I don't know what literacy do they need to inculcate into them. The understanding of the farming practice, the understanding of the usage of the farming tools, the understanding of the use of the, different farming chemicals or whatsoever. But here they are talking about the alphabets, the numerals, and the phonics. That's what they're talking about. I don't know what has that, how much has that, improved their literacy as far as this project is concerned. I definitely want to be clear. How much has these alphabets, the numerals, and the phonics contribute to the women's mastery of this area, of the area? And the pictures are not actually also informing us. The pictures are not actually informing because the pictures are not really clear. So we have not seen anything on that, on the pictures. Those pictures are not clear. So you cannot see anything as far as the pictures are concerned. And they are very important on the report because it enriches the quality of the report. And for all other garden projects, I want to say, agriculture, all our intervention cannot be vegetable garden. And for how long we've been intervening into vegetable gardens and they are failing over and over. Can we revise these interventions and we see another intervention which could be very lucrative, but not only garden projects? And somewhere you have talked about watermelon in a garden project. Watermelon, if you put a watermelon in your bed, it goes to 10 beds which are not yours. I don't know how is that happening in those gardens. Whether there is a special area for watermelon, I don't know. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable nominated member Keba Lam Fofana.
Aside functions as mandated by the standing orders that governs the procedures in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, a few days ago, I did stand here and say that as a National Assembly, we need to have an in-depth analysis as to how do we also contribute to the failures of some of the ministries, departments, and agencies. In particular, the Agricultural Ministry. And today, if at all, the Agri Committee comes with a report, we should do justice to it. And fundamental to that is what do we have in the report itself. Honorable Speaker, it's gratifying to note that the Agri Committee have visited over 16 communities, and all the 5 projects under the Ministry of Agriculture were also visited. And key findings range from lack of access to market by women, porous garden perimeters, which means that the farm produce of our hardworking women are exposed to animals, encroaching and destroying them, and other insecurities, which do not only render those farm produce perishable, but also reduce their market value. Honorable Speaker, my first worry is, if you look at the recommendations that came from the Agri Committee, none correlate with the findings on the ground. None of the recommendations provided solutions. The entire recommendations are about the CPCU. The CPCU is the Central Project Coordinating Unit. But the recommendations should be in correlation to the findings so that we can profile what alternative solutions. That's A. And 2, most of these recommendations are not time-bound. For example, it says the CPCU, that is general recommendations. 1, the CPCU should reinforce their primary core function as an oversight unit of all the agricultural projects. They should ensure that the project deliverables are achieved on time and with quality. Now, the gap we are creating with this recommendation is, when should they deliver this? How are they going to deliver it? What indicators should be there for us to know that they've really achieved that particular recommendation? Those are absent. And it continues to the last one up to 9. And Honorable Speaker, if you look at not only agriculture, but many of these ministries are having projects. Part of the recommendations I also was envisaging to see is how do we account for these project funds? Because if you look at the mandate of the Auditor General, and I will refer you to section 160, 1 subsection C of the Constitution, it says, at least once in every year, audit and report on the public accounts of the Gambia, the accounts of all offices and authorities of the government of the Gambia, the accounts of the courts, the accounts of the National Assembly, and the accounts of all public enterprises. The projects are excluded. In our oversight functions, we do not receive the audit reports of the government projects. And we are all conversant with the budget. If you look at the budget, all of what the developmental part of the budget is coming under projects. And sometimes that accounts for over 60% of the budget, which means a great chunk of the money is going out there unaccounted for. So if at all the law is not allowing us to receive those performances with regards to their actual implementation represented in monetary value, we should ask ourselves as lawmakers, do we need to change that particular law, or do we need to amend it? Because what we know is the Auditor General will contract private audit firms to audit these projects. And at the end of the day, those audit reports are presented to them, and at their own, I'm not saying the process they do is not adequate, But I'm saying it's only limited to them. And as the Agri Committee, you should equally know the performance of those projects so that when you come to the plenary here, we can be informed better. So in reality, I will encourage you to do better next time. Thank you.
Mentoring.
On the NEMA project, I asked the committee what was the financial status of the NEMA project before phasing out and then handing over to the Roots Committee. And equally, Honorable Speaker, since the committee had ruled out for presenting a very comprehensive report, I advise the committee
and the Committee of Agriculture, as well as members of the Parliament, should stand and work together as team to make so all the problems stated here to be well implemented and monitored, especially the recommendation given by the committee. The honorable member of minority leader, honorable member of Brikama North, he was seriously talking about the recommendation given by the committee. That should be well implemented. It is a problem in agriculture, like the way you stated. I believe you, and I cannot deny with the fact you say that implementation is always a problem, both the projects, in fact, and the Ministry of Agriculture, which I urge all the committee members of the Parliament, like my fellow honorable members, and the Ministry of Agriculture to work together to make so agri move forward, because agriculture is important to our country. The Kiang West, you were talking about the adult literacy. Adult literacy is very important because we find it that when we arrived at that place, we found that the illiterate women who don't know how to read, because of this adult literacy, now they know how to read, and now they understand also how to make banking, how to keep their money. They understand how to do business. Before, some of them don't even know how to write their names, how to do business correctly, because of they were totally illiterate. But now, because of this adult literacy, women are able to understand a lot of things. And you also state that all what we present is only on vegetable production. No, it's not only on vegetable production, because if we check on the report, Chiang Keneba, we were talking about animal husbandry. Animal husbandry is there. It's not only.
No, I didn't see that.
Vegetable production. And also, you talk about the garden who are producing watermelon. That garden produce watermelon because there's no borehole at the time we visited. So for them to leave that garden to be empty like that, they embark into producing watermelon so that they can control the weed in the garden. The honorable member of Sane Mentoring, yes, you were explaining that your intervention is very important, and the committee will take it from that place that we should try next time to visit Sane Mentoring, because the agriculture project also is very wide. We cannot cover all the areas, and that's why we visited other areas. But next time, if the clerk of the National Assembly gives us more fund, we will go as wide as we want. And also, the honorable member of Fonyi Councillor, we were talking about the recommendation of the Tampoto. Yes, it's among the recommendation, though it's not here, but the challenges listed here. We will work together to make sure everything go intact in Tampoto. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The report reach it cannot go without strong recommendations. If you allow me, I want to move a motion, we refer the report back to the committee to go and work on the recommendation. Your work is good, but what is not rich is the recommendations. And that be attached a resolution that we can ensure strong implementation of the report. If you so allow, Honorable Speaker. 53K, for the report to be referred back to the Select Committee on Agriculture to work on the reports and then make strong recommendation and resolution for consideration of the August Assembly.
Honorable, and I want to make clarification on what the mover of the motion said.
No, you cannot make clarification on the mover's motion.
On record.
Honorable member, you cannot make that clarification. The mover has moved the motion with an intent. If there is going to be any changes or intention for that, it's the mover himself.
Honorable Speaker, that I want to make clear because she has accused me of saying something which I did not.
No, honorable member, that one we just passed that stage. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly refer the committee.
Counter motion, Honorable Speaker.
Pardon? Who is speaking?
Is member for Lower Sal. Yes, Honorable Speaker, give me a chance, please.
Honorable member for Lower Salum, what are you saying?
Yes, the mover of the motions that take the report back to the community. What I'm saying is the president that was set here that we adopt with amendments. You understand? But getting back the entire report, is where we can adjust on the recommendation that yes. Let him recommend us the
honorable. I think this one is not for a debate. What is happening is the minority leader moved a motion that the report be referred to the committee for certain actions to be done by the committee to ensure efficient oversight. That's his proposal. Seconded. If you are not in agreement, don't vote for it.
Yeah, but
if you are in agreement, you vote for it.
Honorable Speaker.
And then we move forward.
Honorable Speaker.
I just need...
No, wait. Honorable Speaker. This is why you always give chance to members to take the floor before it be seconded. We know in the procedure, when it is seconded, it's only a legal binding. But the precedent that was set here, we approved with amendments.
That is understood. You can approve with amendments. You can approve without amendments. You can move another thing for another action. That is normal. If whatever is being moved is not in conformity or you are not in agreement, don't vote for it.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
If you are in agreement, please vote for it and we move forward.
I need clarification, please.
Yes, minority.
Honorable minority.
I had been moving motion here for amendment of certain reports. Where I request for amendment, there are few cases you can amend and put input. But what we have observed here, I commend that the general recommendation, if you look at it, did not touch on issues that were found out. And then I did say also specifically where you made mention of certain things, you did not make recommendations on those specific districts. I don't think the assembly can be doing that. It is the committee that can better do that.
Honorable member, honorable minority, I think this is very clear. Very clear. There is a proposal and a motion on the floor seconded. Those who are in favor of the motion, please raise your tax. Come on, go with him.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, anyway, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill be referred to, the report be referred to the Committee of Agriculture
Honorable Chair.
For enrichment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
No. You see, Honorable Chair, please allow. Honorable Chair.
Honorable, figure out which one has the upper hand.
The division, Honorable Speaker.
It looks. Can we now, to be on the fair side, can we now say those in favor, just raise your tags and we see it. Those in favor of the motion. Honorable members, now those against the motion, raise your tags. Those in favor of the motion, 8. Those against the motion, 19. Now I will now formally put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites across the country in September 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no.
No, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, with amendments, please.
I am putting the question now. Honorable members, the motion 22 with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Minority?
Yes, I just want to observe, when we say with amendments, I could not recall at any point where we raised area that should be amended. No, I'm coming. I stand to be corrected.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
I stand to be corrected. When we say amendment, that amendment should come to the floor.
Honorable Speaker.
If we agree onto the amendment, then it can form part of the amendment.
Honorable Speaker.
But we cannot vote on amendment at vacuum.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Wait, say, Honorable, we are honorable members. I think let's not belabor on this one. If there are no amendments as said by this, then it means there were no amendments.
Honorable Speaker.
If there are amendments, it's still captured that the amendment be taken into notice.
Honorable Speaker, I want to clarify
that's
something.
very clear.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member, Honorable Clerk, can we proceed, please?
Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare Spot Check to the Pediatric, Maternity and Lab wards at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and Children's Center in Bakote.
Chairperson of the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare to table their report.
Perform the oversight functions over the ministries and departments. And under these functions, we held the Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare was established by a resolution of the National Assembly in the 6th legislation. And the committee has the general mandate to examine such matters within its remit, as it may determine appropriate or refer it to the appropriate committee. Both the Constitution and the standing orders empowered the committee in the performance of its functions. All the powers, rights, and privileges are vested in the High Court at the trial in respect of A, enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or others. 2, compelling the production of documents, and C, the issue of a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad. It is against this background that the committee embarked on a 2-day site visit to the Children's Center in Bakote and the Pediatrics Ward at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. The rationale and the objectives. The rationale and objective of the site visits are to find out the root causes of the reported malnourished babies in the Children's Center at Bakote, and to find out the way and manner the babies are being taken care of at the pediatric ward at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. And the expected outcomes at the end of the visit, the committee expected the following: to be well informed on the service delivery for children at the pediatric ward, and to prepare a detailed report with recommendations to the Assembly for consideration and approval. The committee members as listed, subject matter specialists as listed, and also support staff members as listed. Day one, we visited the committee had a courtesy call on the Chief Medical Director of the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital in Banjul, who expressed his appreciation of receiving the delegates from the National Assembly Select Committee. He informed us that he needed the support of all partners, especially the National Assembly, to fulfill the objectives he has for the Gambia and the health sector. He informed the committee that he was appointed on the 3rd of August 2022 and started work immediately he assumed office. According to him, the situation at the pediatric unit is unacceptable because 2 to 3 babies are in one incubator, which is unacceptable. He also informed the committee that the unit is operating with only 3 incubators. The committee found that the doors of the facility toilets are without locks and the condition of the sanitary is not satisfactory for human habitation. He informed the committee that some Gambians in Spain are interested to donate 10 incubators and 10 phototherapy, but still to no avail. The CMD has the intention to buy, but he has been told that the hospital would be receiving donation from partners, but this has never happened, and it is now a challenge to the hospital. The subvention they receive from the ministry is 27 million for salaries, but sometimes they only receive 24 million, and the OC is 2.6 million, but they only received 1.8 for the last 3 months, he said. He expressed the low mortality rate compared to previous years. However, he also mentioned the challenges at the pediatrics unit. One of the biggest challenges, he said, is the late referrals of patients from other hospitals to Edward Francis Small Hospital, which in many cases causes the deaths at the hospital. Dr. Vivian, head of the pediatrics ward, also expressed her concern on the operation of the ward. The ward is operating with only 1 phototherapy, which 3 to 4 babies are sharing. That they borrow phototherapy from Carnifin Hospital. There is no bubble breather in the ward. The radial warmer, which is very important for warming babies, is insufficient as the ward is operating with only 6 patients, they're only operating with 6. And the patients and parents normally give birth at the other side of the hospital, which is at the far end. And the babies easily get cold before reaching at the pediatric ward, and they normally die. Because he said they are too small and normally lose their temperature before reaching the ward. According to her, the World Bank promises to build a new ward on top of the labor ward to ease the transfer of newborn babies. And children with unstabilized diet is causing difficulties in controlling their blood sugar due to high consumption of carbohydrates. She informed the committee that the hemodialysis at the pediatric ward is yet to be completed, and the only water plant they have is not functioning. The pediatric ward is also without a child theater, and whenever they have operations, they use the adult theater. She also elaborated on the need to have a nutritionist and dietitian specialist at the hospital to give aid to children to minimize malnutrition. The units under the department are as listed. And the findings: 3 functional incubators, 2 to 3 babies of different parents sharing an incubator. 1 phototherapy, 2 to 3 babies sharing a phototherapy. There is no proper waiting room at the pediatric ward, and children and adults share the same social workers. The space of the treating room is also very small, with 5 beds packed together. The infrastructure is old and needs renovation. one functioning toilet for both patients and the staff at the emergency. And the challenges, they need radiant warmer, which is still at the central medical store. They need a dietitian and a nutritionist at the hospital. They are operating with only one phototherapy for both inborn and outborn babies. And malnutrition in children because of the poor diet, they normally lack carbohydrates, i.e. bread and rice. They need capacity building for nurses on assisting babies during and after delivery, and there is inadequate space at the admission ward. The maternity ward at Gamtel ward. This is part of the hospital that looks after women with pregnancies and complications during pregnancy, gynecology ward. Pregnant women with 29 weeks condition are admitted at the ward, as well as cancer patients at different stages. They also have gender-based violence one-stop center at the ward that handles counseling and works closely with the police and Ministry of Justice if there is need of prosecution. Their primary responsibility is looking after women relating to their reproduction, pregnancies, diseases that occur during pregnancies, deliveries, and complications. They are operating with 28 beds, which are not enough. There are 5 teams of doctors that take their turns to look after patients on emergencies and selective cases. The West African College of Survey has credited the department a license to train postgraduate doctors, and at present, they have trained 6 people who have passed the West African College exams and passed membership. Also, they have Chinese technician team who give technical support and state-of-art medicines. The challenges of this ward are the Gamtel ward has only one social worker providing psychological support to all the victims. Infrastructures are old and small for their purposes, as it was built during the colonial days. Challenges with the perpetrators are they are operating within forensic lab to justify the doctor's test to victims, patients, i.e. gender-based violence, sexual harassment victims. There are not enough social workers at the ward, and human capacity is lacking, like specialists for cancer patients, and the limited space. The recommendations we made are capacity building. They need investment in the pediatric ward for it to become standard, to train the midwives to handle babies who don't cry at birth, renovation of the pediatric wards, to provide a new theater for the ward, to improve the toilet facilities for both patients and staff of the ward, to provide them with more incubators and phototherapies, and hospitals should be provided with specialists as nutritionists and dietitians. Day 2, the Honorable Chairperson in her statement at the Shelter for Children Center said the site visit was a fact-finding mission that will help to empower other members to advocate for a better service delivery on the children's welfare and to enable them to pave an enabling environment for babies and the elderly. The Backwater Children's Center is a government-run shelter for vulnerable individuals, including children, babies, women, and gender-based violence. Elderly, page 10. Elderly stranded migrants, unaccompanied children, and victims of trafficking and inmates. People with unwanted pregnancies and children who run away from the madrasas, and those children who come all the way from Senegal and beyond. Madam Dante, the shelter manager, informed the committee that the shelter has not been receiving adequate subvention to run the shelter. He said they used to generate income through the clinic at the shelter, but now with the charitable clinic, this has become a challenge to the state clinic, as the public prefer to go to the free clinics. Madam Dante also informed the committee that some children became sick due to dehydration and infection, not because of hunger or malnutrition. She added that though they received little from the government, the shelter received donations from individuals and organizations. The committee was also informed that among the children in the shelter are disabled and abandoned children. The committee was also an abandoned children. They have 2 elderly persons under their care, a Gambian and a Ghanaian old man who is there with his 2 children. The findings: the committee went around the shelter and found out the following. The children were properly kept and the place is clean and hygienic. All the foodstuff at the time of our tour were donated by donors. There is no security wire at the shelter. The shelter is not giving petty cash to support them in financing their day-to-day expenses. And the challenges were the low subvention from government, the financial constraint, inadequate drugs, inadequate electricity, the lack of mobility, and the lack of ambulance. And the recommendations were to provide a security wire to protect the shelter, and the shelter should be involved during the budget bilaterals. The institution needs to be given petty cash and adequate budgeting allocations. And again, the list of committee members that were present, the support from subject matter specialists, and the support staff. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To adopt the report as it's stated by the mover of the report. And I would also like to add my 5 minutes contribution. Honorable Speaker, as the report stated, we all know that this report, I can guarantee that it's a very comprehensive one because I was part of it. But I think our able clerks has done the justice to the report because we all witnessed that fateful day of RBTH under the pediatric ward. None of us accepted what we found the condition of the ward. And being a woman and a mother, I think it's a solid responsibility for us to make sure that we see a better change and a better situation for those unborn babies and the babies. As Dr. Vivian said, had the pediatric ward was expressed, her concern on the expression of the ward is operating with only one phototherapy, and which we also witnessed that because we found that. When you come to the, radial warmer also, there's an issue. They don't have enough. You come to the incubators, they don't have enough incubators. And I think some of these are very challenging. Pregnancy is very difficult. For 9 good months straight, been struggling with your life. The condition you are dealing with, it's only those nearer to you can feel it for you, but they cannot take the pain and the responsibility away from you. By going through all such, one fateful day, you give your life to make so that that baby join you into this world. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not the way you want it. We are not saying that the government is not doing anything, and we are not saying that the ministry is not doing anything, but we want them to double their efforts to make sure that those unborn babies and those babies, the premature babies, need to be taken care of. Their conditions at that hospital need to be improved by hygienic, by the performance of even the staffs at the hospital. Their consideration also need to be focused. Their healthy is the healthy of those babies. But the toilet facilities over there, or the sanitary at the hospital itself, is not our satisfaction. Honorable Speaker, I think the Minister of Health is already here. We would like to know why some of these, some of the needed machines are already available at the stores. Why still now they cannot utilize it? Why keeping them there? What are the problems? Are there the machines who are not in the capacity of our use, or our technicians cannot use it? Because you cannot have some of those functional machines in the storage while the babies are dying at the hospital. We don't know why they are lying at the storage. They need to be at the facilities. If they don't have the capacity, I think the ministry need to be training the people locally or internationally for those machines, those sophisticated machines to be in the hospital, need to be trained by the professionals who can operate them. We should be away from these excuses and the blame games. Every budget session, Minister of Health will have a good chunk of it. But the management of that hospital, I think something need to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, yeah, I know my 5 minutes about. The functional incubator is only 2 to 3 the functional incubator can take only 2 to 3. It's not even healthy. 1 incubator per baby. You cannot join 2 babies in 1 incubator and they all are fighting for their lives. So we believe that still now there should be an adjustment. And there should be a mandatory from every referral hospital. Before referral, sometimes I think they need to refer the patients before the babies are born, because some of the babies die because of they get cold, so much cold before they get to the hospital because they don't have the radial warmer. So why not the hospital, the major clinics, the major hospital around, they need to be facilitated and capacitated to make sure that any baby to be born under their jurisdiction need to have a radial warmer there. And if they know that they cannot control the case, they need to refer earlier before the baby is even born. Honorable Speaker, I think I'll beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, Sport Check, to pediatric maternity and lab wards at Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and Kidden Center in Bakote from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who may wish to take part may now do so, beginning with the honorable member for Nyaniga.
Center at Bakote. Then the second one, which is I'm more favorite, but the first one, honestly, by generally looking at the report, I think we needed more to at least get more on that because the outcome is not well specified as far as I am concerned in the report. Going through the report once again, coming to day 1, just have some few issues with regards to the EFSTH, where you mention third paragraph, that's the CMD, inform the committee that some Gambians in Spain are interested in donating incubator, but still to no avail. But I don't understand. That's on page 6, still to no avail. Did you find out why this donation is still not possible? You could have probed in more, and then we know actually what happened. Where are the problems so that we can intervene and where and when necessary. And the issue of subvention, this is something which you know that is directly on the health committee and is something that we need to clarify. The issue of subvention for $28 million is salaries, but sometimes it's 24 million. It's interesting for the August Assembly to know because we are involved in the bilateral with the FSTH on these salary issues. If you look at it, we call them for them to account for every employee of the hospital, but that was very difficult. I have to admit that was very difficult on them. They wouldn't justify any case in that regard. I have to say, my members of the committee are here. That is the health committee. So what we did with the Ministry of Finance is just an estimate to give them that estimate as per they requested. So now every month the Ministry of Finance will give them their subvention based on the payroll they are paying. So I am a bit surprised if you say they are receiving less because you cannot employ somebody and at the end of the day you're supposed to pay him or her salary and then the subvention is not coming. That is something that does not match well with me, honest to God. And then the other thing is on their OC 2.6 million and so on. But did you also find out about their internally generated revenue that's in the hospital? This is a major hospital. This is the major referral hospital of the country. I know they generate a lot of resources as far as we are concerned, as far as we know. So you could have find out more, and then it could do more on some of the issues of the pediatric ward. And you also mentioned one big challenge on the referrals of patients from hospitals, that is which cause from communities to the hospital. This, I think we need more sensitization as representatives of the people. We need to sensitize our people more. If a case is happening in the community, let them make sure they refer to the nearest hospital within the shortest possible time. So and then now we have community ambulances all over. We can always make the best use of them and they refer the cases. But actually, if blames are coming from, like, let's say, one big challenge, he said, is the late referral of patients from the other hospitals to or maybe from communities to the main referral hospital. That is, I think we can definitely play a part in that as members. And then one last thing that I noted, is it again? Just a point of correction here. On page 9, the first paragraph, West Africa College of Survey, that does not exist. It should be West Africa College of Surgeons. Yes, I think you should just take note of that. And then the other thing that I look at on the backwater shelter, children center, this is very good. You definitely did justice here. And then I want to applaud the committee. Got very good findings there. And then I just called on my honorable colleague, that is Honorable Guy and others. Please, let's work together, the health committee and the gender committee. We can strike a balance in this and make sure we follow up this recommendation and we move ahead. This is a very good start for you. Thank you very much.
Member for Kiang West.
Observe few things, and which are very, very important. On the report, they have made valid observations with the chief medical doctor office in Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. In paragraph 4, reads, the subvention they received from the Ministry of Health is 27 million for salaries, but sometimes they receive 24 million. And the OC is 2.6 million, but they receive 1.8 million for the last 3 months, he said. But this was a finding. This was a very, very valid and important finding. But I don't know whether it was an oversight. This has not been captured in the recommendation. Was there any further engagement with them? What have you ascertained as far as this information is concerned? Or you think it does not need any recommendation? It is telling you the subvention they received from the ministry is this amount. And what they're supposed to receive is so amount. And they are also supposed to be this, but they receive lesser than that. Have you ascertained this information? And what do you recommend as far as this information is concerned? Because it's important, people's salaries must be paid. And how do they pay other salaries? If you receive lesser than what you're supposed to receive, how do you handle the rest? That's also supposed to be highlighted. But we are not told how they handle the rest. Okay, and the other thing also I want to look at, Honorable Speaker, is the incubators that the honorable member for the honorable nominated member has talked about. Do you really get to the hospital and found that there are 2 babies in a single incubator? Has that been found? If so, you know, what is your recommendation as far as that is concerned? She's part of the committee and she highlighted that that's a serious issue. If it is happening, what do you recommend as far as that is concerned? Because it's supposed to be in the recommendation. And when you get to the Bakote, how do you found babies? What is your assessment as far as the center is concerned? The malnourished babies, how is the treatment going? You know, that performance also is quite important, so that we can be able to assess them to say it is really doing well. What do we adjust to ensure that they do better than that? That is also quite important, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have also observed that it says their interaction with the Chief Medical Director. One big challenge, he said, is the late referrals of patients from other hospitals to EF Small Teaching Hospital, which causes more dates at the hospital. This is a serious issue. Late referrals. Is it because the ambulance is not having fuel, or is an other errand before it comes? This incident happened. We need to know. Because we cannot afford that the ambulance costing $2 million or $1 million we can, even a single life is important than that. What is the causes of that? Is it because of many errands? The ambulance is running from one hospital to the other before it comes. Another casualty is been realized. We need to know these things so that we can respond to them sufficiently. But to give it a vague because the late reference, what causes the late reference, that needs to be told. Honorable Speaker, these are the few observations I have, and thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I am very emotional as far as this report is concerned, but notwithstanding, I will want to seize the opportunity to commend the mover of this important report, and also to inform the gathering that the member for Nyanija, who double as the chairperson of the Health Committee, Select Committee at the Assembly, have also made very valid points. But one thing that I just can't accept, with your permission, Honorable Speaker, is 2 to 3 babies sharing one incubator.
Honorable member, you cool your heart down while somebody else takes the floor.
Also, all members who have went to the unit to make a survey. And I also applaud to thank my fellow honorable member who is not at ease to take it. And this is the essence of the report. And the idea is for us to come out and see the needs that we think we'll be able to at least address as per the committee. Honorable Speaker, as per the report, before I go into details, I commend the chair and the chair of health committee saying they will work together. I think it's befitting. What I'm just left dumb is about the first page where the chief medical director had laid some important points, where he says about the budgetary aspects of salaries and also the operational costs. Looking at what the chair of health is saying, I think we're in the right moment to make sure they justify number of workers and again the monies that they spend for their take home. He said when they met as a committee, it was difficult for them to ascertain how many workers and who are to be paid. In this era of technology, I think there is something wrong. So I believe it has to be addressed immediately to see our funds, where are they going to? I think it's very, very important. Honorable Speaker, as per the query of the chief medical director saying referral sometimes causes that before they arrive, I think if I may put this to the chair, would be an added part of their recommendations for us to be able to ascertain major hospitals. Do they have this pediatric, and what are the level of preparedness of those children in those areas? If it is not there, what sort of recommendation would you put to make sure it may address some of these challenges? Because if you talk of from Basse down to Farafenya, come down to Soma, Biam, down to Brikama, nothing feasible in terms of this age young children are not in place. It's only RVTH or Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. I think we are not safe as a country. I think this should be part of your recommendation to make sure all those major health hospitals, they have some of those facilities. And in the other end, as per your recommendation, do you put a test to the chief medical director or the board of the hospital? Why do we have incubators in the hospital at store and they are not? I think, Honorable Speaker, this could be one of the most fastest recommendations that you could see as a committee instantly. 1 or 2 has to be brought before we leave that avenue, or else we give them mandate. If you leave them vague like this, donation is about to happen, whatever donation, when you have something in store, and as part of your recommendation, it's a slated timeline that we are not leaving this venue without seeing 1 or 2 incubators that are stored. But when you leave the venue, it will continue. So I think it should be an added recommendation for it to see that any of those in store should be removed and brought to the needs of those children. So when we leave it and we go and say we've put recommended, they said orders are their donation, and we have something in store, and it's still laid there, it's not even brought. So the committee should have stepped in to make sure that 1 or 2 is brought immediately and be used to function to do it as we have heard, 2 or 3 CR in 1. And we have something in store. So I think immediately I suggest let be an add-up to your recommendation to make sure those in store are brought immediately. And again, also, part of their issues also they've said public toilets is also a problem and also staffs. I think Edward Francis Moore is going through renovation. It's not only the pediatric, even the main hospital end, the whole area. How much does it cost a toilet? How much? How much does it cost a toilet? So if they cannot provide this, it's something that we think the committee should put an end to this by putting a benchmark timeline to say we want X, Y, Z. If we leave things open like that, they will take it the way they like. So I think it's enough.
Thank you very much.
Institutions, the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital, and the Children's Center at Bakote to do the fact findings and adequately report to the August Assembly on their findings. I tried to relate the findings with the recommendations. Yes, the issues that were spotted out were recommended for actions to be taken. Perhaps some of them will sound very technical, where it is stated they need investment in paediatric water for it to become standard. And in the paediatric ward, there were complaints received from the CEO pertaining to inadequacy of incubators, and where we can have 2 or 3 babies in one incubator. If we are to work on that, to make it standard means to have more incubators. Precisely, I want to believe that is what it entails. And on the Children's Center at Bakote, it is stated that the government run the shelter for vulnerable children. However, at one point it is stated that all foodstuffs at the time of the tour were donated by donors. And then the subvention of the government is very low. With that, Honorable Speaker, I've considered this particular report in the implementation to be somehow connected to the Health Committee. It will be adequately implemented if there is that cooperation between the Gender Committee and the Health Committee to ensure the effective implementation of the recommendations that are embedded here. And therefore, I think at the end, I would recommend us to form part of the recommendations for the Gender and Health Committee to collaborate in the implementation of this report. That will be my submission, which I will raise as a motion at the end of the deliberation. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank the support staff who joined the committee members to do this important verification for the Committee on Gender. Honorable Speaker, since I am part of this committee, with all due respect for people with disability, on page 10, Honorable Speaker, the only amendment that I would request for the committee to look at is on the 5th paragraph, which reads, the committee was also informed that among the children in the shelter are disabled and abandoned. And Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, I suggest it should have been written, the children in the shelter are people with, or children or people with disability and abandoned children. This is so far what I've observed, and I request for an amendment, Honorable Speaker. And I also join my colleagues to adopt this very comprehensive report, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Observe, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sani Mentere. I now invite the Honorable Member for All Yundum constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm also going to be very brief. I think most of the points that are highlighted in the report have been addressed by colleagues. But then we also look at some content. I think first let me thank the committee, the chairperson and the members of the committee for this very important report. In the 5th legislature, I think we have this committee attached to the health committee and they were working together. And the 6th legislature, I think, separated them. And then now we have a committee, a standalone committee to work on the issues of children and women. That is very important. Honorable Speaker, in the report, I think I'm only going to concentrate on the part for the medical director at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. I think that part amazed me a lot because I don't understand. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, I will read in the second paragraph. Let's say, according to him, the situation at the pediatric unit is unacceptable because 2 to 3 babies are in one incubator, which is unacceptable. Okay, I don't know who is responsible for this. I don't know who is responsible because he is the chief medical director at the Edward Francis Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. He is the chief medical director. I mean, I think that problem should be resolved and not him telling you that that situation is unacceptable. Even though the ministry, because that is between him and the ministry. There is funds allocated for the hospital. They have a board. So that should not have been an issue to the committee by him. He should have resolved that. And the committee should not have come with that as an issue during their talk. He should have even been ashamed to report that because that should have been taken care of, Honorable Speaker. He also informed the committee that some Gambians in Spain, like Honorable Member for Nyani just said, who is also responsible. If they wanted to donate the hospital, he is the chief. Who is between him and those people? Is it the minister? Is it the government? Or who? That should have been mentioned. Who is responsible? That is not mentioned. We should know. I think that's a vague information. You understand? So I think the chief medical officer, for me, I think it's misleading the committee and those particular points. He should be able to tell you exactly who is responsible for that, so that we can put that person to check. Is it the ministry? Maybe the minister he can tell us whether he is the one responsible or not. So those items are important for the hospital. But if they cannot have it, who is responsible? He should be able to tell you, Honorable Speaker. I think the issue of the subvention has been addressed by the chairperson of the health committee. That is something I will not touch. But I will also want to align myself with the minority leader's suggestion that the health committee and the committee on children and women should work together in implementing the recommendations of this report, I think. Because there are parts that the health committee can come in and support you, and then we can collaborate and work together, making sure that these recommendations are implemented. Is very important. Like I said before, in the 5th legislature, these committees were together, and now they are separated. But if you look at their operations, somehow they are the same. You understand? They all operate the same way. But even in the future, I would recommend that when there are, the committees are going out for their routine tour, sometimes it's important that you go as in joint committees, and then you can find out all these things together and come and have a comprehensive report that will entail recommendations that are going to be implemented by the 2 committees as well. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, thank you so much for giving the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for all Yundum and Deputy Majority Leader. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I also join my colleagues to thank the committee and the able chair of the committee and the under this promotion doing good job to bring us report in this chamber. Honorable Speaker, I will just rush to findings. And again, Honorable Speaker, cry will not solve this problem. Honorable Speaker, to solve these problems is a financial attack on this issue. Because if you checked the 3 functions incubators, 2 to 3 babies of different parents, sharing, we want to know how much incubator is costing, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this parliament is we are the person who is in charge of the budget of the ministries. There is no person I can read in the budget whereby incubators were factors in the 2023 budget. Honorable Speaker, health is expensive, Honorable Speaker. As I am telling always to the Minister of Health, and he is here, and he is very committed, Honorable Speaker, for being, because he knows that the report we will leave, he is here to listen to the members of their query. Honorable Speaker, health is expensive, generally. Go to the United States, go to China, go to Senegal, you understand? And health is expensive. The way we are treating health, it will not go. This is why I said cry will not solve this problem. The problem is we have to change our attitude. Drugs is expensive. Incubators are expensive. All these lab materials are expensive. And it's research. Money will buy these things. And there's no results. How much is given to health in their budget? These are not factors there. All these finance and queries is not there. Drugs is expensive. Then we, the National Assembly, should take charge. We won't cry just to shake the gallery. No, that's not solution. Let's put it in the national budget. Honorable Minister, we will give you this. You buy incubator for our babies, drugs, ambulance. I think we'll be able to cry. You won't solve it. Honorable Speaker, you have everything. You are giving monies to the ministries. Implement this thing for us. Now you don't find it there. Why should you cry? Wait for the budget to come in, you put it there. And you make oversight on the minister that we give you money for this. Why you don't do it? You can hold him responsible. But now it's not there in our 23 budget. We must change the way we are operating. Just to shake the gallery. No, that's not the solution. We move this country. This is the heart of democracy. Everybody, we can, the entire 1.8 million, 1.8 will not come and sit here. We are choosing our own millions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let's be focused and make sure that the people who trust us on these seats, we deliver on their expectation. But just leave services, or when you start, you cry. No, it won't solve it. We have let's put the resources there, Honorable Speaker. Let's give them the resources. At the end of the day, when we are making our oversight, if at all we don't find it there, then we can charge them accountable. Then in fact, we can even make vote of no confidence. We have all those mandate. Honorable Speaker, I guess, Honorable Minister, take note. You to change the way the narrative of health is going. Just only $25 is you get drugs. Sometimes you can even get good drugs. Because $25 cannot give you those facilities that you need. Today, you know how much I pay today? I pay $4,000 on checkup, Honorable Speaker. Because the masses are not there. I went to kind of, he said it's not there. I had to rush to Bakuji Clinic to make this sticker. And that 4,000, if it was in national facility, I could have paid you there.
Honorable member for Lower Salu. I now invite the honorable member, nominated member, Keba Lang Fofana.
I would like to thank the committee for a very good report, because when you look at the expected outcome of the entire exercise and you go through the findings, their recommendations, you realize that they really achieved the outcome. So I'll just concentrate on one issue. And there I will refer the Honorable House to page 9, because the Honorable Member for Lower Salem have done the job. I won't repeat. That is the issue of incubators. I will recommend to this House that the 7 bullet point under the recommendations, where it says provide them with more incubators and phototherapists, be amended to say that we commit funds. First, let's try to know what the plans of the ministry is. If at all they do not have plans to buy them in 2023, we make sure that in these recommendations, we amend the recommendations, pass a resolution in this House to make it obligatory upon the health ministry to quantify the number of what incubators they need, cost it, and make sure it is included in the 2024 budget. And if it is not there, if it comes to this House, we don't give them anything. That's where I would stop, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
It's disturbing. And these are not the only sector, Honorable Speaker. And the committee should go out to see what is happening in Bansan, what is happening in Batse, what is happening in Parafenye. It's a national problem, Honorable Speaker. I think the minister, as the honorable members said, what is the cost of an incubator? We should know that all these hospitals should have incubators, Honorable Speaker. We cannot just see this thing like that and leave it like that. Honorable Speaker, I think I will end up my speech here. So thank you very much for giving me the floor.
The report before us is not a detailed report, but it entails a lot and speaks volume. Honorable Speaker, the conditions of our children ward at Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital is really disheartening. I wish one can go there and see how neonatals are put 4 in 1 incubator. People on that day, the very day, all the MPs who were present were crying for what they have seen on the ground. The report is telling us what next are we going to do. No honorable member should start blaming any honorable member here. The budget is drafted by the executive and brought here. So let the executive prioritize what they need for us. The members should rain tears. You should rain tears. Rain it. You have all right to rain tears. But we have to prioritize. The budget session happens here. You see members defending issues that are not relevant to the cause. It happens here. The same members are making this gallery as what? Entertainment show? We cannot accept it. But what we are going to tell you, the minister is here and he heard our stories. He heard our stories. So now if the minister prioritizes, as honorable nominated member said, it's for us to now do the budgeting, to do the allocation. But if ministers, they don't prioritize, they break the budget here, how can we go and say we are going to put the incubator there and we don't know the cost of the incubator? Last time it happened here, we talked about the massing. But that was not the priority of the ministry. The ministry said they got, support from somewhere where they will buy the machine. So that's why it's always the ministry who should prioritize and bring it to the NAMs for them to give approval. And I believe by looking at the report, hearing from the mover, all of us will put our weight to ensure that if it is brought here, we will do our best to make sure that it's allocated. But now is the right time to prioritize either agriculture, health, or sport, or whatsoever it is. We know that the needs are very high, the resources are limited. How are we going to maximize to make sure that our budget is invested in a way that we yield something back? We are entirely dependent on aid. We are entirely dependent on donor. We are beggars. And when those aids come, we don't manage them. We abuse them and misuse them. Africa must graduate now. We must invest our budget into a way that we get something and spend it for all of us. But all the donor funds are misused and abused. The budget will come, we put everything into salaries and allowances. Thank you very much.
Thank God, I have only about a minute, but also I have only one member left on the list. That's the honorable member for Woodley East. I will give you that, and I will give you your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we went to this site visit because there is a reason. It is that reason, that's why we have visited these places. The issue at the pediatric unit is exactly what the staff told us there, and we have seen it. The Kiang West was asking whether we have actually seen this. Yes, we have seen it. That's the reality there. And the challenge they have, that's what they told us. They told us their challenge. Their challenge is exactly that. And they think that they are getting support to build a new structure where they can put all these facilities there. Even the space is a problem. But they are working with the ministry to expand the place. And we've seen that also. So hope is there that the place will be improved. But as of now, this is the problem that we have there. And what we've said is that it's going to be fact-finding. We went on a fact-finding. What we saw is what we put on the paper. In terms of the donation, yes, they're saying they got hope that some people wanted to donate, but it's I don't know, the ministry somehow told them, no, we will be able to provide this. And for some reason, it's still not provided. But we all know that the ministry has, they have a policy on donations, because they don't want also to make the Gambia a dumping ground. Anybody can go and pick any equipment anywhere, beds, things like that, that are dilapidated sometimes, and then just dump them into the Gambia. So they have that policy. So I don't know whether it is that policy that stop these other people from bringing this donation. Honorable Speaker, at the shelter, what we found that children were dying because of malnutrition, and that prompted us to go there to see. But what we found there also is being said is a budgetary problem. They don't have enough food. That very day, what he did, that's what I did. I cried. And I had to donate money because I see that the food ration they have is very small. And that is not the only place. We have many shelters across the region. We wanted to go across the region. We did not get the time to go, but we wanted to go and see all those places. But they all have the same problem. So they are saying they generate some income from the clinic, but because there is a private clinic there, which is now providing those facilities for free, now people are not going to the state clinic. They are not going to them. So they are not raising any funds on their own. So if we don't raise their budget, they will continually continue to experience those problems. That's why the budgetary aspect is very important. When we come here, that's the role our committee can play, the gender committee. The health committee, they should know their role. If they get a report, their role is there. They deal with their line ministry and solve those health problems. Our problem is the gender, the children, the women. Yes, they are intertwined. We can work together. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank the presenter of the report. I think it's a beautiful report, even though I'm part of it. So we congratulate ourselves for that wonderful thing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Wole East. Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover to respond to the issues raised and to wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the Honorable Minister for Health is here, because according to the Constitution, Section 72(1), with the permission of the Speaker, I will read: the Vice President and Secretaries of State shall be responsible for such departments of state or other business of the government as the President may assign to them. And in making such assignments, the President shall have regard to the desirability of ensuring that the responsibilities are entrusted to competent persons with relevant qualifications or experiences. And I'm glad that he's quite competent, he's experienced, and he will listen to our plights, and he will support us in rectifying the wrongs. As the Honorable Member said, this was fact-finding. We found facts, we presented to the Parliament, and with the support of the Minister, we will rectify the wrongs, because no nation was built in a day. We are here to support and try to help build a nation. And according to Kiang West, he asked us whether we saw all these things. Yes, a big yes. We saw them. And like the Honorable Member for Banyu North cried, we all cried. Like the Honorable Member said, it was quite appalling, quite sad to see our children coming into this world in that sad situation. It was seen. Thank you. And the incubators, yes, too. What was recommended? Our recommendations are here on this. And like some of our honorable members have said, we make sure that when we do the budget, which is our job, we cannot force them to buy, but we can make recommendations when their budget comes. When it comes to equipment and facilities, we can make sure that incubators, as a committee, are a part of the facilities that they are going to buy. The Honorable Minister, we saw here many years ago, some of us were not here, how he presented a budget to help train these people for, as surgeons. And I think he would also help us to make sure that this budget will reflect the equipment that we need to keep our children, who are our future generation. And Honorable Nominated Member, Maimuna Sise, yes, it was quite sad, the sanitation especially, and also some of the machines that were in the store are not being used, but those were not incubators. Let us rectify that. They were, I think, if I can, according to our report, they were need radiant warmers, not incubators. So it wasn't incubators that were in the store, but notwithstanding, if they are in need, they should not be in the store. And a member asked whether, because of lack of capacity, I think the minister will help us, if it was because of lack of capacity, to help train for the use, proper use of those equipments, so that they will not end up in stores, because they were bought for a purpose and they should be used for that purpose. Nyanija, thank you very much for reaching out to the committees, because the two committees are intertwined. We cannot work without one another. And I'm very glad that members have identified that, because last year, it was in this August Assembly when the children died of Aki. I did propose that the Children and Women and Gender Committee work with the health, but that was denied to us, and I've been vindicated again. So thank you very much, members on the floor, to know that we must work together, and henceforth we will work together for the interest of our children. Foni Kansala, the difficulties in ascertaining the workers. Yes, I think that needs to be looked at, because with this day and age, technology will help us to do that. And I'm glad the minister is here, he can help us. And also the feasibility in places like in the URR, you said, in CRR, we need to make recommendations, and also the time frame should be added as to when these issues will be addressed. This, like the honorable member for Central Badibu said, this is just a start. Going forward, we will look into all these recommendations and ensure that we work with the health committee as well as the ministries responsible to make sure that we take care of the health of our children and our women. And Brikama, health centers you mentioned, you mentioned health and for more activities in health centers. We will visit all health centers in the near future and make sure that they are up to date as expected. And Sani mentoring to make amendments and make sure that we reflect the people with disabilities as well. And all Yundum, the CMD telling us something is unacceptable. I think that was exactly why we went there, to make sure that we know what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. It is his responsibility, yes, but it is also our responsibility to go and find out what is wrong, because otherwise we would have stayed in our office and not go, because we would have just assumed that everything is fine. And I think we should applaud him for being bold to tell us that things that are under his purview are unacceptable. I think it is only a brave person that would say that and not hide behind anything. And also, who is responsible for donations? Like the Honorable said, we need to control what is donated, but also the government also need to help us scout these donations, because if somebody promises to build a maternity unit above and they stop, it's because the government is also not forthcoming, not opening. And sometimes donors would come to have access to the necessary units, they are denied access, or people expect some hand-me-downs before they can agree to work with them. I think that also needs to be looked into. Lower Salem, yes, the problem is financial. Financial in a way that we don't prioritize our expenditure. But like you mentioned, the budget comes to us. And the Honorable Minister is here. He will tell us not only in those two units that we've mentioned. Honorable Fasami said that we need incubators in all hospitals, in Kawur, in Birkama, in Basse, in Farafenye, in Bansang, everywhere. And I think the Honorable Minister in Birkama, in Buyam, I think the Honorable Minister is here. And when the budget comes, it will be our responsibility to ensure that all that is reflected. Honorable nominated member Kebalang, the outcomes are achieved. Thank you very much for identifying that, but I think the outcome were not fully achieved because we went to ask for malnutrition. But according to the nurse, the malnutrition, it wasn't malnutrition. It was because of diarrhea caused by affected waters. So we were happy about what we saw. Not very happy because it is not state of the art, but the people responsible were greatly taking care of those children. And I think I would applaud them. And we should also give a hand and make sure that when the budget comes, they specifically allocate funds for them in a separate envelope to give us the benefit to be able to do our oversight functions and make sure that the right monies goes to the right place, because they mainly depend on donors to feed those children. And when the ministry goes to inspect their stores and see that they have food, they do not give them allocation. That should not be the case. Monies that are allocated for something must be used for that specific thing. So, Honorable Minister, I think you are listening. I just wish that the Minister for Gender and Children's Welfare was also here, because this is specifically under her purview. And I hope that you work together and you will brief her on what we have mentioned. And Central Badibu, you said, what next? What next is to follow up. And when we follow up, of course, This is just a start. We will come back to this August Assembly. November, December is round the corner, and we will make sure that everything that we say here is reflected, because our children are the future of this nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To make recommendation to request for amendment to include in the recommendations that is for the Gender and the Health Committee to collaborate in the implementation of the report.
To collaborate with the
Honorable, do you need a motion for that? Yes, honorable member for honorable minority leader.
Well, if you are requesting for amendment to include something, it can be a way of motion.
I was thinking that you would the plenary would only recommend that the two committees just work together to see how they can ensure effective implementation.
But that should be reflected. That should be reflected in the report. Yeah, when the plenary is stating that should be captured. Sorry. To make that captured can be by way of raising a motion for the amendment.
No.
No? Yeah?
Honorable, if these reports are adopted, now the office of the clerk will ensure that these recommendations put across are picked up and the relevant ministries or institutions are informed to respond after a time. Let's say by currently on Wednesday, as I told you, on Thursday, we are going to have honorable ministers here to respond to our motions adopted, and the recommendations and resolution. What is the level of implementation? What position are they? What are their observations? They come and report. So if this particular report impacts on health and gender, then the office of the clerk will write to both ministries to come and respond to those issues as it affects them. However, if you still feel that there is need for a motion, you can put up your motion and let it be seconded. If it is accepted, we move forward.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. I think what I'm trying to say, members were saying during the debate, there's a need for the two to work on to implement. But just by way of their intervention stating, to make it reflective, it should be captured in the report. So,
Honorable, my problem is you don't implement. The implementing agencies are the institutions concerned. You are only an oversight.
Yeah, but we are an oversight. That's why I said to collaborate to ensure the implementation of this report.
I have no objection. I have no objections. I just briefed you on the level, at least the operational level where we are. If you still believe that there is need for a motion, you can put it up and then it be seconded and then we move forward.
Exactly, that's what I did.
Honorable member for Central Body.
Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time we laid such a report here. During the debate, members will recommend committees to collaborate. Do you understand? In their further activities. So, but we don't need a motion for his recommendation to be part of that report, to be passed by the parliament here. We have never done that. So what we do is we recommend for particular committee to work with a committee that have similar interests in the future. I think that is well recommended and everybody accepted that. But we don't need a motion for that one to be part of it.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable
What Honorable Member for Central Body is saying, this is what members were saying. And to make that form part of the report, it should be captured. Not just that, whatever people are saying in their deliberation can form part of the report. No, that's your opinion. So what people are saying now, what people are saying is what I'm recommending. I heard the Honorable Member of Banjul said very well. The issue of the AKI, that it was proper for that particular committee to be there. Now, if at all we just stop where we are, we do not make it mandatory for them to collaborate. Just by way of what people are saying, they can also feel that these people are excluded. No, I'm coming.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, what I'm saying.
Honorable, I don't want to encourage a debate on the issue. I don't want to encourage a debate because otherwise you will say an opinion, somebody else will want to say an opinion, and we will go into the debate. But what is clear, however, is members have a right at the leave of the Speaker to put up a motion. Honorable members of the Assembly plenary reserve the right to accept or throw it out. Now, what I try to do is to inform you about the operational mechanisms in place as regards your reports after adoption. Because to ensure that the recommendations, etc., reach the relevant institutions and to enable honorable members and committees know the level of implementation of those recommendations or the challenges they may face, so that together you can work it out. They come to report, and when they report, you have the opportunity to interact and ask your questions. That's what we have. So for the two committees to work, because in debates, you have members make a lot of remarks, recommendations. All these things are thought about, and I'm sure the relevant the table office and office of the clerk are aware of these things, and they try to keep together what the honorable member said. But if you say that all the proposals made by members would be put in a form of a motion, no, I'm not saying that's what you said. Honorable Speaker, I am not saying that's what you said. I am saying that is a proposal made by honorable members that the two committees should work together. If you choose, if whatever is it you want to put that into a motion, somebody else can also make a recommendation for something on the report for it to be distributed. But as I said, we have no objections. Honorable Speaker, who is calling? Sabak. I just want Sabak Sajjad. Yes, I just don't want us to go into unnecessary debate. At the end of the day, the honorable member, minority leader, he has a right to propose a motion. And if that motion is allowed, he will put the motion, and honorable members also reserve the right to either accept or reject the motion. So I think at the end, that's what we want to do. Yes, Sabak Sanjal, may I hear you?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think what the honorable minority leader is saying, he has a point, but if a matter of that magnitude may arise in between, I think the standing orders will help us then, because under Standing Order 107, when a matters of joint concern comes, it can be addressed by where a matter may be concern of two or more committees, the relevant committees, it may be dealt with by one of the relevant committees or the relevant committees sitting concurrently in accordance with Standing Order 109. So if the case of AKI, which he has mentioned, comes, the two relevant committees can sit concurrently to discuss over matters and come up with proper solution. And what specifically to adopt it on this particular report, what if another report would also come up with recommendation? That means we have to also specifically note it down on that particular report. So in this case, if the matter is of interest to other to the other committee, I think it is upon the two chairs of the committees to write amongst each other, to invite each other, and to discuss on matters that are related to that particular issue. So Standing Order 107 will definitely help us and guide us in that case. Thank you.
Tax that came before us in this parliament here. So we designated it to a particular committee. Some suggested that it could be a joint committee. But this one is a recommendation, a report, a recommendation of a committee report. You cannot just bring a motion to say that this recommendation will be part of that.
All right. Will the last speaker, and I will take a decision, is Woolley East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the members were urging us. They were urging our committee to work with the Health Committee on this issue. And we welcome the suggestion. And we have accepted that we are going to work with them, on this to ensure that the recommendations here, at least are approved. That is how I understand it. But if we make it a resolution or you make it a motion, it means that you are saying you cannot do anything without if these people are not available. You must work with them. And that's why we don't want to tie ourselves to that motion. That's my fear. Yeah. Please.
Leader, you still want to put up your motion? Or you want to?
I'm noting what Honorable Sabasanjal is saying. All that I am trying to put across, only for this report. I'm not saying that these committees should be collaborating. I said the issue that they have raised here are cross-cutting. For effective implementation, there's a need for them to collaborate to ensure they are not the implementing body. And what Sabasanjal has raised, where a matter may be concerned of 2 or more committees, the relevant committee may be dealt with by one of the relevant committees, disposing it of. And then for that one is followed by section 108 or clause 108. The chairperson of the relevant committee shall consult and agree as to which committee matter should fall to disposal. So that consultation is a collaboration. That's what I'm trying to put. If members are saying there is a need for this, it cannot form part of the report unless and until we instructed and say for this particular case, let it be that.
Honorable, we have heard from Honorable, I'm putting up a close to this. In fact, I heard some of the members of the Gender Committee themselves. They have heard the recommendations of some of the speakers for the 2 committees to work together. And I heard the mover herself talk about the Health Committee's appreciation and all these things, and that they look forward to working together. And then Honorable Member for Woolley East, in his just remarks, he said they are aware and they are going to work together. So this working together that we are talking about in this particular issue, they have already agreed to do it. On the basis of that, it means the need for a motion is now addressed. Are you satisfied? Okay. Once again, let me thank all of you, the mover and those who debated, and all honorable members. I thank everybody. Let me put the question now. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare Sport Cake to the Pediatric, Maternity, and Lab wards at Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital and Children's Center in Bakote from the 13th to the 14th of February 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Reports. Motion. Report of the Select Committee on Education, Training, and Information Communication.
Motion.
Report. Speaker, point of observation.
Motion.
Speaker, point of observation.
Report of the Select Committee on Education, Training, and Information Communication and Technology site visit to selected educational institutions, being National Accreditation Quality Assurance Authority and Public Utilities Regulatory Authority from the 11th to the 16th of October 2022.
Motion.
Introduction. In fulfillment of Section 109, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, and the Standing Order 97, 1 and 2B of the revised Standing Orders of the National Assembly Committee are mandated to perform oversight on the institutions under their purview. The Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT is a committee mandated to conduct oversight on all education institutions, ministries, and departments. The reason for the oversight is to ensure that the above mentioned are properly conducted, what has been mandatory to them by the state to enhance efficiency and transparency in the public service. I move direct to the objectives under the same page. The objective of the tour is to, 1, gather information on how institutions are operating. 2, identify the successes registered by the institutions and their challenges. 3, understand the effects of the clashes of the Senegalese forces and the MFDC rebels on the schools on the border in Foni. 4, understand the causes of the delay in the completion of the University of the Gambia Faba Campus project, Ndemban Skills Center, and Kanila Institute of Science and Technology. The delegates, Honorable Alaji Mbo, Chairperson, Honorable Bakari Kebaji, Vice Chair, Honorable Omar Job, Member, Honorable Abdul Sow, Member, Honorable Mfali M. Kora, Member, Honorable Almame Jiba, Member, Honorable Afseni Sise, Member, Honorable Kemo Gazama, Member, Honorable Sankung Damfa, Member. Support staff that we went with, Ms. Alimadu Tamba, Committee Clerk, Ms. Aisatu Sonko, Committee Clerk, Ms. Fatumata K. Sisao, Research Officer, Mr. Musa Sise, IT Specialist, Mr. Pa Ibrahima Jamme, Driver. The methodology that we use, but I want to draw the attention of the Assembly to page 5. The institutions visited. National Accreditation and Quality Assurance Authority, NACA. After a brief discussion, the Chief Executive Officer of NACA, Dr. Jao, gave a general presentation about the institution, what it does, the challenges encountered, and the achievement. What he explained. The mandate and function of NACA include the following. 1, assuring licensing and revoke of licenses to tertiary and higher education institutions, issuing and revocation of licenses to trainers, accessories, and verifiers in tertiary education institutions. 3, monitoring and evaluation of quality assurance practice of tertiary and higher education institutions for continuation, quality improvement. 4, development policy and criteria for assessment, recognition of priority learning and credited accumulation and transfer. Now, they have achievements, but I will draw the attention of the Assembly to page 6, challenges. Challenges. 75% of education levy given to NACA is not enough to sustain their operation. 2, NACA does not have enough vehicles that will allow them to constantly monitor the operation of institutions across the country.
3, lack of expertise in training standard and subject matter specialists in many Tibet areas slow down their work. 4, there is no national assessment center that NACA can use to assess certain skills in Tibet institutions, and these slow down their operations. 5, public higher education institutions are not very cooperative, particularly in following the standards set and the recommendation they gave when they review them. Page 7, National Association for Vocational Skill Training Institution, NAVISTI. Challenges that they face. Job opportunities and internship are major challenges faced by the association, as institutions sometimes are not willing to accept graduates as interns. 2, running a Tibet institution is expensive and financing them through other means are difficult, and this has a negative impact on their growth across the country. 3, the sector is well regulated by the government, yet there is no support from the government, especially the education levy that is paid by many companies in the country. 4, the scholarship scheme for Tibet or loan scheme for Tibet trainees to have a setup so as to create startup, so as to create jobs in the country are not available. 5th, digital delivery is also a major challenge, as internet activity is erratic and very expensive, not only for institutions but to students. 6, the charges to establish a training institution are too expensive, thus making it difficult for new entrants. The board also expressed concern with the non-refundable deposit that will be needed by all new institutions. Finally, the chairperson of the board suggested a public-private partnership could help develop Tibet in the country, and this has the potential to reduce the cost of operation and ultimately the fees charged by Tibet institutions. Now we go to GTTI, Gambia Technical Training Institute. We go direct to the challenges that is faced by the institution. Lack of staff for the transition, as 4 staffs are undergoing training in Ghana, and this has created a big gap. 14 staff. Okay. 2, lack of space to accommodate all students, which create the need to build additional structure to accommodate incoming students. 3, the USED does not have a potential and they largely depend on the Kwame Nkrumah University Science and Technology portal for students registration and other online services. 4, unavailability of qualified lecturers in the engineering field is a huge problem in the country. 5th, the low salary structure of lecturers made it difficult to attract and sustain the small number of qualified lecturers. Management Development Institute, MDI. We go to the challenges faced by MDI. Tuition collections remain a problem as it is not automated. 2, inadequate and old fleet of vehicles that required high cost of maintenance. 3, the lack of students' portal for proper management of students' affairs pose a serious challenge. 4, inadequate classroom and other facilities have posed serious issues for the school. From there, we can go to Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA. The challenges also faced by PURA. The lack of mandate to issue or revoke licensing, which rests in the hands of the Ministry of Information. 2, PURA is not an independent institution, and government bureaucracy hampers their work. 3, the petroleum sector is under PURA, but the benefit the sector comes along with in terms of capacity, equipment, and all the tools needed to provide the required services are lacking. 4, limited number of staff, slow effectiveness, and
functioning of the institution. 5. The bulk of the revenue collected goes to central government, including all license fees, and these leave them with a very limited finances to operate effectively. Gambia College, Brikama Campus. We can go to the challenges. Debt owed by MOPSI is close to $50 million, and this is affecting their operation. 2. Students' data, including grades, are manually done, and this poses serious challenges for students to access their grade on time, particularly after graduation. The college financial information are manual kept, and those the preparation of reports on a timely basis are extremely difficult and time consuming. 4. The subvention received from the ministry is very small and cannot even cater for the salaries of staff. 5th, the current vehicle flat is old and inadequate with a high maintenance cost. 6, the student dormitory are inadequate and need lot of maintenance. 7, a building constructed in the school recently has structural issues and unsafe for usage. University of the Gambia, Faba Bantan Campus. We go direct to the challenge faced by the campus. Challenges and concerns raised by the consultant and the contractor. 1. Delay in payment from the government as their contribution has hampered the construction work, and this has negatively impacted project delivery timeline. 2. The national electricity, grid and water supply is yet to be installed, and this has slowed the testing of certain equipment at the site. 3. The rising cost of material at international and local level is a huge challenge for the contractor. Ndemban Skill Center, visited. We can still head to the challenge. Ndemban Skill Center. Okay, on Ndemban Skill Center, before going to the challenge, we can go over because the challenges are not actually featured out. Okay, 15, very well. 15, yes. No, that is for Kayimo Basic Cycle. Ndemban Skill Center. Ndemban Skill Center is a center built to accommodate teachers and students to ensure students acquire the best skills needed. The building was designed to accommodate 80 students and 8 staff to be living on campus. The building is dilapidated gradually, and there is neither water nor electricity supply, according to the caretaker. The building is about 10 years old, but has not accommodated anyone since inception. However, the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, in collaboration with the MRC Holland Foundation, has embarked on renovating the center to address those training need of the area. That is Fondemba. Now we go to Kaimo Basic Cycle School. The challenge faced by the school. 1, the staff quarters need renovation. 2, inadequate textbooks to support and guide students. Some money had been taken from the SIG fund to buy textbooks to ensure effective learning. 3, the library is not conducive to accommodate the students due to the condition of the building. 4, SIG is always late, thus making it difficult for the school to perform some duties at the right time. 5, there is no electricity in the school. Let's move direct to Tambakunda Basic Cycle School. Tambakunda Basic Cycle School, we go direct to number 1. The challenges that they face, but you cannot see their challenges, but you can see number 1. The payment of WCIF has been proposed since they are not receiving hardship allowance. The school improvement grant is not paid on time and sometimes not in full. 3, shortage of teachers in critical areas like maths and science. 4, insufficient textbook. 5, the lower basic component has a shortage of furniture, although it is manageable now, but there is a need to improve on the issue. 6, the enrollment of students has drastically dropped due to the conflict in the border. 7, the perimeter of the school needs to be fenced since it has been unsafe for the teachers and students. 8, the accommodation in the school is not enough, and there is need for maintenance as some of the teachers cannot be accommodated in the school quarters. Number 9, the Vice Principal urged the National Assembly members to engage the Minister to conduct a research on the reason behind the poor performance of students, especially the WAEC exam. Evangeline basic cycle. We go to number 1, the challenges that are faced. We go direct to number 1. The school is being affected by water shortage. There has been no supply of textbooks for the school since 2016, especially the lower sector. 3, the school has been donated with computers, but it's unfortunate that they cannot be used since the school has no electricity. Number 4, there is no fence around the school, and intrusion of animals and people causes great insecurity for the kids and teachers. 5, the school improvement grant has not changed since 2013. Price of goods has increased on several occasions, but the SID still remains the same amount, and it is always received late. 6, the school feeding is sometimes very late, and the supply is minimal due to price increase. Kappa Basic Cycle School. Kappa Basic Cycle School, we can go to the challenges. Number 1, inadequate staff room to accommodate all teachers. 2, water is available but not sufficient to cater for all students and teachers. 3, study classes are conducted by teachers for free to compensate for the lost hours. Inadequate supply of textbook, especially grade 1 to 4. Number 5, a task force committee was created by teachers for government to put in consideration, create incentives to motivate teachers in order to keep them in the system. They recall being summoned to a meeting by the permanent secretary, deputy permanent secretary, and the directors because they had an interview with the Standard newspaper in regard to the situation. 6, teachers expressed that the method of payment for teachers' salary need to be defined and looked into. They elaborate that staff under double shift are paid double shift allowance, while staff operating in single shift are also automatically paid double shift allowance. 7, the school improvement grant is going down since enrollment has dropped drastically due to insecurity in the area. 8, the lack of fence is a major challenge. As a result, it is difficult to control the school to prevent animals and people from intruding in the school. 9, solar electricity is not sufficient as only a block can be accommodated. 10, the donkey cart project was given to the school, which helps students, especially those coming from long distance, but it is no more available. Teachers urge members of the education committee to help advocate for the restoration of the donkey cart and to widen the road so that donkey cart move freely. Kanilai, science and technology. We can go to the challenge. The irregularity of the SID. Oh, is this Kanilai? Yes. Okay. Okay. The irregularity of SID has been a huge problem for the school. There is need for a staff room. Okay. Number 3, insufficient core textbooks to enhance proper learning. 4, unavailability of a home science and technical drawing teacher, making the technical drawing subject not captured on the school timetable. I'm not convinced. I think the Kanilai basic cycle. So that's what we are reading. We are in line. Okay. Science and technology. Okay. is also there. I want to draw the attention of the people to Kanilai Science and Technology. But that challenges are not there. So please, I can't skip that. Kanilai Science and Technology is a Tibet institution located in Kanilai, Foni. The SKT building has been constructed in order to enhance Tibet education in the rural area. The biggest challenge to the school is that it has been neglected for a very long time, and as a result, part of the building is dilapidated. There is a borehole, but the water supply is poor. There is no electricity and no perimeter fence. Consequently, the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, in collaboration with the MRC Holland Foundation, are putting in tremendous efforts to refurbish the entire building, and work is in progress. Now we go to Kanilai Basic Cycle, St. Anthony Basic Cycle School. Now the challenges, exactly. Number one, the irregularity of SIG has been a huge problem for the school. Now those challenges I may not go over. I believe I went through a lot of them. So we can go to Rural Development Institute, RDI. The challenges faced by RDI. Unavailability of resources to run the institution make it impossible to achieve what has been expected and enhance proper learning environment. 2, the training institution is not accredited by NACA since all official activities, staff, files, and some necessary office produce are all done at the Department, Ministry of Local Government. 3, the institution has been controlled by an authority that barely concentrate on the affairs of the institution. 4, limited staff to conduct the activities of the school, especially in the teaching and learning area, where they have only 4 academic staff teaching both the certificate and the diploma. 5, the school does not have enough furniture. 6, the school renovation is taking longer than expected and has the potential to disrupt their activities. 7, unaccredited trainers are still part of the school, which does not conform to the standards set by NACA. The Gambia College Basse Campus. Challenges. Number 1, the school does not feed the students, but the students organize themselves and pay $250 monthly to cook for themselves. 2, there is only 1 vehicle in the school, and once it goes for official assignment, the school is left in a very difficult situation as the school is very far from the town. 3, a standby generator is needed by the school to facilitate learning in the absence of NAWEC. 4, inadequate water supply, especially in the morning when the students are preparing for classes. 5, assistance is needed from the ministry and parliament to increase the visibility of the school, to attract more students by sensitizing both parents and students. There is need for science lab in the school. Tumana. We are going to Dampakunda Madarasa. Challenges faced by the school. Challenges encountered by the school. 1, inadequate teachers put a lot of pressure on the other staff of the school. 2, inadequate funding to run the operation of the school, particularly paying teachers' salary. 3, the school urged government to give some concentration to the Arabic school with regards to their existence, education structures, and general well-being of teachers and students. 4, most of the students drop out after completion of grade 9, and there is a need to upgrade the school up to grade 12 because the roll of the school is 1,226. So there is a need for it to be upgraded. The SOS technical. We go to the challenges faced by SOS in Basse. 1, government authorities hardly visit or know what they are doing, and they play a critical role in the Tibet. 2, How to continue the project after it phased out is a big challenge. 3, another challenge is the charges for student placement by some entities make it difficult for the students to hone their skills. General recommendations. It is recommended that the committee take another tour of some private schools to have an in-depth knowledge of what they are doing, as they tend to do better in many areas when compared to public schools. 2, in order to keep unemployment, particularly with the youths, the government must invest in TVET so as to equip them with life-changing skills that they can use to create employment for themselves or for others. 3, curriculums in other schools must be reviewed to align them with the need of country as well as international standard. 4, for the effective teaching and learning in our schools, there is a need to ensure schools have sufficient textbooks, furniture, and other learning materials. 5, all schools across the country must be supplied with adequate water, and where the national grid is available, they must be connected to ensure computer labs are operational. 6, in order to train for basic cycle, it is important for teachers to specialize in one of the core subjects or electives. 7, there is an urgent need to build teachers' quarters in schools, particularly in hard-to-reach areas, and these houses must be equipped with electricity and proper water supply. 8, skill center in the rural areas must be given an urgent due attention and make them operational by year end. 9, MOPSI should take a critical review on the funding and operation of madrasas across the country and align them with the conventional schools. 10, MOPSI should take a total review of the school improvement grant, that's SIG, in terms of the amount paid per student. 11, MOPSI should ensure that schools have proper science and technical labs so that practical classes can be conducted in the schools. 12, the Ministry of Defense should ensure the border of the Gambia along the Casamas corridors are well protected from the classes in the neighboring Senegal. 13, MOPSI, in consultation with the Ministry of Defense, should advise schools on the courses of action when there are security issues in the area. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Can we have anybody who wants to second the bill? Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjad.
I would like to thank the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT for fulfilling the mandate vested on them sorry. I first want to second the motion and also to thank the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT for fulfilling the mandate vested on them by the Constitution and also the standing orders. Actually, they have done justice, but then something that I was, expecting them to tell us is with regards to the dormitories at Faraba Banta. I have not seen it on the report, and I think it is very important. If you are building a university of that magnitude, you are expecting international students to also be accommodated in those schools. But if you don't have dormitories, how are you going to accommodate them there in that university? It is a very good university, but then to bring teachers and students, lecturers and students relationship closer, you need to have a dormitory in that university. And I would urge the committee to engage the ministry and see if there are plans of building a dormitory in that campus, in the Faraba Bantang campus. Because if you want to transport the students from the combo areas down to Faraba Bantang every day, it's going to be a very big challenge. So I think it is very important if you can engage the ministry on that issue. The other thing is about the salaries of teachers. I think teachers have been complaining about their salaries, and I think one thing that you can send in as a recommendation would be salary restructuring, which will also help these teachers, because nowadays most of these teachers will tell you that now I'm a runaway teacher because of the salary. So at least this issue of salaries should be looked at. Teachers are denied of having the opportunity to conduct study classes where they normally get, extra money. But if those, opportunities are denied, I think there should be an option for them to make sure that they have another opportunity, at least, which would give them the opportunity to fulfill their mandate. Second, the third point I wanted to raise has been mentioned, slightly mentioned, but I think we need to look at it in a very critical manner, and that is the enrollment of students. You said that it has drastically dropped due to some conflicts in those areas. I think it is also very good if you engage the ministry to see what steps and strategies they have used, at least to make sure those areas that are in conflict areas, the conflict in those areas are reduced, to at least increase the enrollment in those schools. And also, you said the vice principal urges the National Assembly members to engage the ministry to conduct a research on the reason behind the poor performance of students, especially the worst examination. I think of recently, according to the ministry, it has improved a little bit, but still now it is a challenge to everybody, and I think it's also what I'm looking at. So basically the report is good, but one major thing that I want at least the committee to engage the ministry is the construction of a dormitory in Faraba Bantang, because it is very important. The other thing is we have also approved a loan agreement with the Ministry of Energy, which is going to install some solar lights in some of the schools, which have already been identified, and the list was also provided to us. I think the committee should also do a follow-up to see how far they have gone with those projects and those loans that have already been approved. You remember last few weeks, we also approved another loan agreement, which is going to complete the Faraba Bantang. So I think it is also important, those loan agreements that have already been approved, you make a follow-up to see how far they have been implemented. It is very important. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move on. Thank you.
For Sani mentoring. Has been seconded by the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Honorable members, let me put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT's site visit to selected educational institutions, NACA and PURA, from the 11th to the 16th of October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may now do so, beginning with the honorable member for Sani Mentere.
Well done for going around throughout the country just to make sure that our children, our own sisters and brothers have a better education. Honorable Speaker, going straight to the point, I will start with the Fakunda Upper Basic School. I'll ask the committee if the distance from Damfakunda Upper Basic School, or the school that they've indicated in the report, the distance, I'll ask them what is the distance from Damfakunda to the nearest school. Do they meet the qualification for a high school to be built in order to avoid schools being built across the country without meeting the qualification? And also, Honorable Speaker, my second point will be, I'll ask myself first, or the honorable members, whether we are talking to ourselves, because I'll expect the honorable minister of Education and Training and ICT, at least to be here as seated like the Honorable Minister for Local Government and Lands, who has been here since in the morning, listening to us attentively to know the challenges that are mentioned in the report. So far, Honorable Speaker, this is what I have for my contribution. Thank you.
And we expect that they go out there and definitely do justice to this exercise. I want to thank you very much for doing a good job. Honorable Speaker, one observation I have is that education, if you want to assess the quality of education, you evaluate. And in evaluation, you assess all the factors that affect teaching and learning. That is evaluation. Assessment is to test whether the pupils or the learners have learned what is being taught. That is the assessment. But when it comes to evaluation, you evaluate generally all the factors that affect teaching and learning. And this is not only peculiar to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education only. And fondly in the recommendation, MOPSI has been mentioned on numerous times. But I have not heard other factors that affect teaching and learning. But even if MOPSI should ensure the curriculum is being revisited and to ensure that it meets the need of this country, I have seen one recommendation that you've said the curriculum should be revised, should be revisited so that to meet the international standard. What do you mean if you say international standard? As far as the curriculum revised is concerned, you meet the curriculum because we cannot afford students going to WAS examination or grade 9 to spend all the night studies to learn who invented the aeroplane, who invented paracetamol, and the whole night we study that. We cannot do that. And they bring it in exams. Sometimes we fail them. Other countries are learning how do you make paracetamol and aeroplane, and we are still thinking who invented those things. I was thinking some of those things would really come. But what do you mean the curriculum to be revisited to meet the international standard? That international standard is what I want to know. And on the recommendations, when I check the recommendations, and generally most of the areas, there were no point where parents' contributions to education was talked about. The school SMC, the school management committee, which includes parents, of course. The Mothers Club today are playing a pivot role when it comes to the development of education. I have not seen those things also. But everything MOPSI, even if MOPSI does this, if other factors are still not been done, we will have a less quality of education. How are schools, when it comes to the coverage and this distance between schools per education policy? How many kilometers should a children cover from a home to primary school and from a home to a junior school and from a home to senior secondary schools? We need to assess to see whether kids are traveling beyond the stipulated distance as per the policy. All those things are really quite important. And I want us to also look at this point where you said, the presenter of the report, to say it was difficult to pay hardship, and therefore they were recommending to be paid double shift. Do they teach on double shift? Do they go on double shift? If your hardship is not paid, which is an allowance, but double shift could be salaries. So I don't know how do we substitute that. That has to really be looked at. So other than that, I really want to thank you very well for doing such a tremendous job. But education covers so many areas. And the factors that affect teaching and learning, parents are involved in this, kids are involved in this, and there are so many factors that are affecting it today. But limiting most of the recommendations to MOPSI, I wanted to definitely look at that. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity.
Honorable Member for Kiang West. And I invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kuya.
Honorable Member for Kiang West has landed with concerning the recommendation that says that the MOPSI should revise the school curriculum. I'm not sure what methods have you used to assess the curriculum that are being taught in schools during the tour, because all I have seen is school structure that have been visited and some of the things that have been assessed, but I've not seen in the report how that correlates with the recommendation that the curriculum should be revised, when in the actual report itself, it did not specify a particular category, how you reviewed the curriculum of you can appraise me with that. You've mentioned one particular area I want to dilate on is RDI. This is one institution that is been neglected for many years. And then because it is operating under the Ministry of Local Government and Lands, and I've always said this, that particular ministry has been the only ministry that has always been forgotten. In the First Republic, even in the Second Republic, and they are dealing with the very important sectors in our economy. RDI, when we say Rural Development Institutes, meaning they is the cohort of all development issues we are talking about here. Because Gambia, 3/4 of Gambia is all rural. So the institute that is set up to look at that development aspect in the rural sector should have the best support from the government. And one of those is to see RDI as a standalone institution for me. And I think your institution, the ministry has some ideas with regard to that. And I think your committee can also engage the ministry because they have ideas to see how they can boost RDI. So that, because there are expertise in that ministry that are not taught in the Gambia universities. The drafters, the surveyors, and all these technical areas are not taught at the University of the Gambia. And they are very expensive. The whole ministry, the whole ministry don't have survey. A qualified one, at degree level or master's level. They cannot boast of one or two. And other areas, technical areas that the ministry needs to do the work that they are asked to do. So the one thing we can do for that ministry is to boost the efficiency of RDI. Because even in terms of budget, their budget is fused in if I'm not mistaken, in the ministry's budget. They should have a standalone budget. Your committee can work on how to see that they are subvented separately. So that what the Ministry of Lands wants RDI to be, it becomes that. So that they train the people that are going to serve that ministry, just like the way Tibet is being done now. So I think that is one thing I'll encourage your committee, the education committee, to take it up with the ministry at your level to see that this is being done. The second thing is the library thing. This is one thing we should, reading culture in this country is very poor. Access to places where you even have to read. And we know most of the times in the provincial areas, the environment at homes are not conducive for learning. But in the same way also, even the institutions where they go to learn are not conducive for learning because there is no reading space. You've said it in the report. The libraries where they are supposed to go and learn and do research, or it's not conducive. So this is one area that Gambia as a country needs to build on. Library service is very poor in this country, especially in schools. And schools the ministry have to be encouraged to ensure that we build more libraries and equip them well so that children can have access to material and space to learn. Thank you very much.
Invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Who will read the report. Honorable Speaker, education is key to success. Education is paramount. Education is everything. Honorable Speaker, the information before us is not encouraging. It's a report that doesn't tell much about issues that are raised in it. For example, you talk of schools that were affected by Kasama's conflict. And in your report, you talk about lost hours. And we are not informed how these lost hours were achieved. In one of the schools, you said, since the outbreak of the conflict in Casamas, the school initiated extra classes for students to catch up with the contact hours. Is those extra classes enough? Did you see a form where those lost hours were compensated? Because it has to be evidence-based. Do you understand? Now, you go to Arangale, I don't know, Arangale or Arangalen Basic Cycle School. You said this school also was affected with the conflict, and we haven't seen any form of compensation of lost hours. Now, you talk about Tambakunda too. Tambakunda was also affected, and we haven't seen the lost hour, how it was compensated. Now, coming to Kanilai, the TVS Center in Kanilai. Honorable Speaker, I think it's high time Ministry of Higher Education to look at these institutions, because these institutions belong to the people of the Gambia. And a lot of investments have been made there. We cannot allow those institutions to lay idle. Ndemba Skill Center, I could fully remember. The Committee on Monitoring Infrastructure, we recommended to the ministry, and we made giant efforts to see to it that something is done on Ndemba. And in your report here, we are not informed the level of progress. We need to know right now, is the education taking place? Is there any form of training taking place in Ndemba? Because a lot of resources we are also, put into Ndemba to see it revitalized. And the committee made giant efforts. 2 or 3 occasions, we've been going there to do the assessment, to engage the ministry and the then vice president to ensure that, the training is done at Ndemba. We need to know. The updates need to be known. The report should tell us the level. Now, the University of the Gambia also, in your report, you stated clearly, university, you said some schools were completed. Which schools are these? Do you understand? The faculties under construction, you need to tell us, is it the School of Agriculture? Is it the School of Engineering? Which school? You need to be specific. And the progress of work, you need to inform us in percentage. How far? Is it 75% completed? Or is it 60%? The House needs to be informed. But this kind of reports, it will be difficult to make decisions. I think, one of the adjustments that we need to do when we are giving reports, the reports should be, informing us to make informed decisions. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your engagement. I believe henceforth, recommendations or certain things need to be put to us so that we can make a common effort to see to it that Ndemba, if we knew since its inception, according to the report, there was no major renovation until MRC Holland. But this house was committed to Ndemba. So was it that all the allocations that we were talking about here was not reflected in Ndemba? Or was it that it was only partner support that was supporting Ndemba? We need to be informed. Kanilai, I will stress again.
Thank you from the Ministry of Basic and Secondary School. Where? Okay.
He has been here since in the morning.
Oh, I'm very sorry about that. I was looking at that end, actually. I didn't see the DPS. DPS is my own brother. I'm very sorry for, for that. Well, I just want to be very specific. My intervention will be by way of questions. The quality of education in this country will deteriorate, no doubt about that. Because I remember in the early 20s, before you are enrolled at the Gambia College, I did my HTC 2002, 2005. You must have 5 credits, including English language. Now I have seen people doing HTC only 3 credits, 2 credits. So therefore, I'm not surprised if the education quality in this country is deteriorating. I think the Gambia College or the ministry should reinforce the olden days to make sure higher teacher certificate is not possible by people less than 3 or 2 credits. I will also want to talk about the University of the Gambia. I want the mover of the motion to explain, because this National Assembly, we have approved, I think, over $40 million for the construction of the university campus. So if there is still delay of payment, we need to understand that. Where is this coming from? Is it from the donors or is it from the government of the Gambia? The Demban skills also, I'm also very disappointed that this is still hanging. This project was handed over to the soldiers in 2015. I was part of those who handed this project to the soldiers. So if that is still dragging, I don't understand why is it still dragging from 2015 to now, 7 to 8 years doing the same construction. SIG, the school improvement grant, almost all the schools are complaining we don't receive our school improvement grant. I don't know why is this happening. I think it's high time the ministry to develop an effective payment, like pay school improvement grant beginning of the term or end of the term. But it's like all the staff, all the schools are complaining they don't receive their school improvement grant. With regards to international standards, to revise our curriculum to meet the international standard, I think honorable member for West said it clear. When we say international standard, there are some curriculum in international that have international standard that has AI in their curriculums now. That is artificial intelligence. So if we talk about we revise our curriculum to meet international standards, I don't think that is a very correct wording. Those ones are very advanced than us. So and also what he said is very true. We cannot revise curriculum to that standard because number one, this is the country that still keeps telling students to draw butterfly, name the parts, draw flower, name the parts. And this if we are going to revise our curriculum, these are some of the things we are not going to bother our students to read for 19 hours. All of us has drawn butterfly when we are going to school and name each part. So this is something that we cannot continue with. Honorable Speaker, this brings me to the
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabeji. Honorable members, I think I just want to allay your fears. All reports tabled here and adopted by plenary are summarized. Your recommendations, observations are sent to the relevant institutions, and the relevant institutions are invited to respond to the recommendations as to their level of implementation, challenges, etc., etc. They will be here. We call them, just like on Thursday, some of the reports we laid in the last session, they'll be coming to brief you on those things. And I was also told that I think the Deputy Permanent Secretary for Education, I think he's around. Honorable members, we have come to the 1 hour break. Unfortunately, we still have some few more speakers. I will now call upon the mover of the motion to respond to the issues raised and the line of the debate.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker. In the response, you have the DPS for the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education here, and we also have the representative from the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. But Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I quote section 30, subsection A, B, and C, which clearly state, basic education of the Constitution of the Gambia. Basic education shall be free, compulsory, and available to all. Secondary education, including technical and vocational education, shall be made generally available and accessible to all by every appropriate means, and particularly by the progressive introduction of free education. Higher education shall be made equally accessible to all. Section 217 of the Constitution also read subsection 1. The state shall endeavor to provide adequate educational opportunities at all levels of the studies for all citizens of the country. That is the Constitution, and the Constitution is clear in its statement. But to respond to members, Sabak Sanjan, the Faba campus is still under construction. If you can remember, not long ago we approved some loan for the second phase of Faba campus. So no doubt that there will be dormitories in the Faba campus. But as of now, what is of importance is for the classroom to be there so that learning can start. Thank you. The salaries for teachers you talk about. Salaries for teachers is something very important, especially when it comes to allowances. For example, like the house rent allowance. I think generally the Ministry of Basic and Services will look at house rent allowance, because house rent allowance is $250. I told them, time without numbers, that you cannot rent a house in the Gambia for $250. That is something that we need to revive as a parliament, as a nation, as a ministry. Those are important things that we need to tackle. And this is very, very sad. We can't accept that. Not in Bolibana, not in Basse, not in Jarasoma, not in Sibano, not in Fafenya, not anywhere in the country can you pay house rent for $250. So if it is not more than, it should not be less than under normal circumstances. Coming down to Sane Mentoring, Damfa Kunda actually meet the requirement for it to be upgraded to a senior secondary school. The reasons are obvious. When you are looking at the requirement for a school to be upgraded to a senior secondary school, one, like you talk about the distance, it is a long distance from Damfa Kunda to Basse, and it is a madrasa. There is no madrasa within the area. And 1,200 and something students that are there. So the role is almost there. So now it's left with the commitment from the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to upgrade it to a senior secondary school, as recommended by the committee. It's going to ease the people, the burden on them, moving from one place to another, very far distance. And the committee have shown commitment that they own it and they are going to defend it and they want it, and this is what they are going to do. And you can see the commitment from the society itself, and everybody is participating in the community of Damfa Kunda, that they want their children to go to that school. Honestly, whoever goes there, you know that the determination of the community is there, and they want it that way. So the only thing that they are lacking is the support, and they even need further support. They in fact need further support for the staff of the school to be paid, but that they could not even have. Okay. Kiang West, curriculum to be reviewed. I agree. But then the reason as to why we should review the curriculum. Like for instance, the member for Latrikunda clearly gave the example. You talk about the part of a flower, talk about the part of the plant, you talk about the stem, the root, and the leaf. But you are not telling us about the use of the root, the use of that leaf or the stem. Because our ancestors, as per our belief, they were using our leaf for treatment. They were using the root for as the traditional medicine for their treatment. That is, you need to tell us what the use it is. You need to teach us how to earn a living. That is what we need. That is what we are advocating for as change of curriculum. One lack the capacity of being masters in science, chemistry, physics, and biology. One lack that capacity. So at a tender age, you need to specialize. But we take these children through a long journey that they must be masters in science, masters in physics, masters in chemistry, masters in biology. Specialization at a tender age is what we need as we speak. This is why we want a curriculum review, a review in the curriculum. That's actually what the committee is calling for. The double shift, you spoke about Kiang Westil. You talk about the double shift and the hardship. Correct. Some of the people, to be honest, they are not in the they are not in the double shift, but they are in the hardship zone. And once they are in the hardship zone, what happens to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary at the time was, if you post students to risk areas like that of Tambakunda, there were conflict there Janag and other places like Kappa, teachers will never accept to go there. Why should I go there when the one sitting in Brikama is earning the same salary like me? So there was a need for them to create an incentive that will motivate the teachers to go there. That was the time they came with the double C. That every teacher that is there should be paid 50% of his salary. That motivate and encourage the teacher. Just like hardship in other regions, both from Foni up to region 6, they all have this hardship zone. But that is not actually for the schools that are on the highway. That is for the schools that are off the road. But for the specification of Foni, it is off the road, and also at times the other area is so risky with the conflict. So you cannot send there anyone, especially Fullers. Most of the time they will not accept to go. So, but you must create a special allowance for them. Talinding Kunyang, curriculum review. I agree, just like I agree with member for Kiang West. Curriculum review. We should review the curriculum. RDI, the government of the Gambia have actually right now in this budget, we have allocated almost 400 million for the renovation of RDI. 4 million for the renovation of 4 million for the renovation of RDI. That is us because of our visit and what we recommended. So I thank them very much. And I also agree with you. That is the stand of the committee, that the RDI should be under the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Central body, customers lost hours. Okay. When the conflict was going on, automatically we agreed that the hours were lost. But how did they compensate for those things? Like places like Tambakunda, Kappa, and other places. Actually, the schools, the closing time date for the school was extended by the Ministry of Basic and Secondary, as stated by the minister last time. It was extended to compensate the lost hours. My question to her was, but the same extension was done for all other schools. But then when the school resumed, the teachers took it upon themselves that we are going to go on extra classes. I even paid from my money $20,000 to the school Tambakunda for them to conduct extra story classes. That was something I did. And during summer, they were going on and on. So that was something actually I did. So the Faba campus, the schools that are completed actually, you have the School of Education, School of ITC, and the School of Agriculture are all completed as we speak now. And they're supposed to start by September, inshallah. Ndemban Skill Center is actually, I don't know, maybe, but the budget that you budgeted for, what we were told at the grant was MRC Holland is the guys that sponsored for the completion of Ndemban Skill Center and Kanilai. That is what we were told. Latekunda Sabiji, delay from the government. Yes, the delay comes from the government automatically. For the payment of that, the delay is coming from the government. For the Faba campus, delay is coming from the government. The delay of the SIG is so unfortunate. But the DPS is also here. And DPS said most of the time the delay is from the Minister of Finance, for the disbursement from the Ministry of Finance. I was there with them at the CCM. They told me that we could not still get our SIG. And to be honest, the SIG and what they state is clear, that everything now is expensive. Everything is increasing, but the SIG still remain constant. There should be an increase in SIG, and also the SIG should be paid on time. And that is our responsibility, to put the Ministry of Finance to account to disburse funds at the right time. If we can all remember, during the budget session, this was my concern to the Ministry of Finance, because they even have issues with regard to WIC and other issues, payment of WIC and WISE, and they came to us, but it was late than we were leaving. So I don't know the reason as to why they delay in disbursement of funds for the SIG, but this is something that we should tackle together. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you all.
Before I put the question, but I can put the question and then talk about that. Honorable members, let me put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Education, Training and ICT site visit to selected educational institutions, NACA and PURA, from the 11th to the 16th of October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable member, before we go to the last motion, it's almost going it's 17:30. Can somebody move the motion for us to stay beyond 6 o'clock to finalize on this report? Yes, honorable member for Olyundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise that we sit beyond 6 o'clock.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, that the House sits beyond 6 o'clock to finish the other paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable member, we proceed now. Clerk, can we proceed?
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and adopt the motion for creation of new SAFO districts in the West Coast region in line with the redemarcation of Constituencies Order 2015, Section 58(2) of the 1997 Constitution and Sections 1332 of the Local Government Act by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government.
Thank you very much. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Regional Government and Lands table his motion.
And again, I thank honorable members, Honorable Speaker, for availing me the opportunity, despite your scheduled moments. Honorable Speaker, I humbly propose that this esteemed assembly carefully consider the creation of SAFO districts in line with the redemarcation of constituencies Order 2015 by the Independent Electoral Commission. This August Assembly will recall that in June 2015, the Independent Electoral Commission redemarcated Combo North and Combo Central as follows. Combo North, Sanimentan constituency, Olyundum constituency, Busumbala constituency. Combo Central, Brikama North constituency, and Brikama South constituency. Honorable Speaker, by this motion, we seek to align the newly created electoral constituencies in West Coast region with the SAFO districts for policy consistency reasons, because this is what obtains in all other regions, and on the other hand, to enhance local administration. It is indisputable that it was due to the high population density across the vast territorial area of Combo North and Combo Central, respectively, that led to the IEC's demarcation or demarcating them into smaller electoral constituencies. In the same vein, due to the speedy population increase and the day-to-day related administration issues we had to deal with in Combo North and Combo Central, it has become extremely difficult for a single SAFO to effectively deal with the challenging administrative issues. As such, it has become necessary to install SAFO districts or administrative authorities in each of these constituencies as demarcated by the IEC. We are confident that this will greatly enhance the administrative and dispute resolution through the district authorities and district tribunals that will be established in each of these SAFO districts we are seeking to create. Therefore, by recognizing these constituencies as SAFO districts, each constituency will automatically become stand-alone district authority of its own, handled by a chief in line with Section 132 of the Local Government Act, which states that each district shall have a district authority consisting of a SAFO as chairperson and all alcalo within the district. Honorable Speaker, I present this motion in accordance with the provisions outlined in Section 58, Cap 2 of Constitution and Section 133(2) of the Local Government Act 2002, which states, the minister responsible for local government in consultation with regional governors may present recommendations to the National Assembly for the establishment of new SAFO districts. Honorable Speaker, may I assure this August Assembly that the territorial jurisdiction of the SAFO districts we are seeking your approval for will strictly be the same as contained in the redemarcation of Constituencies Order 2015 by the Independent Electoral Commission, published in the legal notice number 10 of 2015. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move this motion.
Minister, honorable members, any seconder to the motion? Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Regional Government and Lands and Religious Affairs. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion and equally want to take this opportunity just to throw my weight behind this very important and timely motion. Honorable Speaker, since 2015, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister in his motion, there was a motion tabled here by the then Minister for Regional Local Government, then to this August Assembly for constituencies to be redemarcated based on numerous reasons that were definitely justifiable beyond reasonable doubt. So having the Honorable Minister here today, tabling a similar motion, but in a different form, hereby giving rise to the creation of district safehold within the West Coast, it's definitely very, very timely and then in line with both the Constitution and also the Local Government Act of 2022. He has definitely justified his case by quoting the relevant provisions of the Constitution and also the relevant provisions of the Local Government Act. Coming from the provinces and also residing in the Combos, sometimes I even ask myself, the CFO in Sukuta, who is overseeing the entire administration in West Coast, sorry, Combo North. I reside in Wellingara, sometimes in Sinchu, sometimes in Olyundum, and I have families there. Sometimes they do have issues. But if you go to these places for some small administrative issues, I bet it takes you sometime nearly a month for you to be attended to. This I witness, though I come from the provinces, but I have families here and I live here. These are issues that are happening daily. Because there was a particular time, I live with some family friends here who are having cattle. Their cattle were involved in these issues of when the police made their
point of observation
announcement. Can you please allow me to continue? When they made that announcement, that
5 minutes
cattle,
each member,
cattle
5 minutes.
owners, please, Honorable, please. When the police made that announcement, cattle owners would take charge of their cattle, and some of the cattle were captured. We went there to the CSFO, 1 month plus on this same small, simple issue. We cannot have any headway. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to go back again and thank the Honorable Minister for Regional Government. And looking at the constitutional provisions, Section 58(2) of the Constitution clearly states, and as he quoted, the minister responsible for local government, in consultation with regional governors, may present recommendation to the National Assembly for the establishment of new district safeholds. This he could have done even without the constituency demarcated, but already there are existing already demarcated constituencies. Olyundum is here, Sanementeng is here, you have Busumbala is there, then you go to the other constituencies, Brikama North is there, Brikama South is there. So these are already is already existing, and then these are recognized constituencies. So bringing it up to merge up and say these are also recognized, like we have in the Central River region, in the Upper River region. Every district you have your own safeholds and the like. Please, table office, can you please rectify this, because we are on a different issue now. It's not 5 minutes, please.
It's a motion for the day.
Please, yes, rectify this. Don't off my mic.
You have barely a minute to go.
No,
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for
Lower Salon.
Lower Salon.
Yes. No, Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable.
Please.
No, wait.
Other honorable members. Honorable Member for Lower Salon.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. My motion was on the report of committees. internal reports of committee. This is a motion. Honorable Speaker, this one is a motion. The motion that I raised was the internal reports of committees.
Honorable member, we talked about tabling a motion for the motions to be tabled today. That's what we said. How now can you talk about a report and all other things? All right, can the honorable member, you have a minute. I am
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. As I said, the constitutional provision, section 58(2), and the Local Government Act, section 132, section 133, we can all make ourselves okay with it. And then, you know, we have increasing population densities in these areas, land administrative issues here and day in, day out. You have dispute resolutions. And also, we need to have district authorities in these constituencies too. So, Honorable Speaker, I humbly and sincerely submit and then humbly and sincerely urge all my honorable members to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member
motion.
for Nyaniga.
Motion.
Honorable members, may I put the question? It has been moved and seconded that this honorable assembly do consider the motion for the creation of safer districts in the West Coast region in line with the demarcation of constituencies Order 2015, Section 58(2) of the 1997 Constitution and Section 1332 of the Local Government Act. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who now wish to take part may do so. Before I commence, we have a few on the list. Who is tabling the motion? Woolley East, yes. Can we hear the?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion under clause 53, B and E. B is a motion for adjournment of the assembly of the debate, and E is a motion for the committal of the bill or motion to a committee, including a committee of the whole house, or for a committee or a committee of the whole house. So I wish to move that we commit this particular motion to the local government committee to really scrutinize this thing and report back to the National Assembly.
Any seconder for the motion? Honorable member for Sami. Second.
Thank you very much. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members. It has been moved and seconded. In line with section 53B and E, for the House to adjourn and this motion be committed to the relevant committee. Those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Those not in favor of the motion, please say no. Okay. The polls show that those in favor of the motion, yes, 13 votes, 1-3. Those against the motion, no, 2 for 24 votes. So, honorable members, I think we continue. Now, honorable members, it has been moved, as I said, and seconded. Now we have a list of members to participate, beginning with the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, I have not seen the necessity to rush this matter and the necessity to do this at this point in time, because IEC does demarcations for electoral process. Local government may do this according to the section 58 of the Constitution for administration. These are two different things. Electoral process and administration of areas are different. Honorable Speaker, there are more populated areas, particularly in Combo. Combo South is mostly populated than any of the districts. But Combo South, because that is not demarcated by the IEC, the local government did not come with that. But section 58 of the Constitution, section 58(2) of the Constitution says, the minister responsible for local government, in consultation with the regional governors, makes recommendations to the National Assembly for the creation of a new SAFO district. This would have also touched Combo South without following the IEC demarcation. If actually it is necessary, there is no political motivation in this. Honorable Speaker, it is not about it. You did Parliament
point of order,
because you, if I point of Speaker, order. You will have point of order. Contribute.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member for Sabaksanya.
Yes, I'm rising on point of order 7. A member is speaking. All other members shall be silent and shall not make unseeming interruption. Let them allow the member to go ahead with his debate, please.
Has a right to his opinion, his or her opinion. You may disagree with it, but you cannot prevent somebody from expressing his honest opinion, however much you may dislike it. So let's allow people to express themselves. If you have a different view, you can come and take the floor and express your own. And members will be listening to all of you, and they will take the final decision. Please, let's be patient. Honorable Member, can you continue, please?
Honorable Speaker, Combo South would have been recommended for demarcation, very populated. But it's only one constituency as IEC demarcated. But I want to question, is it not in line if the local government could include that one too? But because the recommended areas for demarcation are constituencies, and IEC does this for electoral process. If they are talking about the population of some of the areas under the administration of a single SAFO, we have seen the areas with a lesser population, with a SAFO that has more complex issues than even the SAFOs that has the larger population. We have seen their mass involvement in politics. Can't we talk about that? And that has never been addressed. They are calling alcalos and other people to threaten them about electoral process. This has been happening in the areas where you have a lesser population. And we have more complex land disputes that they cannot resolve. We have more complex other social disputes that they cannot resolve. Why these areas very special to this matter? I think this move needs to be referred to a committee for a thorough consultation with the native of the following areas who are directly affected with the matter. Because when we say the administration is difficult, probably they are handling cases and they are accumulating them. People cannot be able to get results of what they forward to the SAFOs. And if that is happening, that is affecting our people. That should be a concern of every patriotic National Assembly member. But for us to definitely ascertain that, why not we allow this process? This process would have been allowed to go to a committee. They do a thorough consultation. We have alcalos in those districts. We consult alcalos. We consult the other leaders there. so that we ascertain that this is a very good move, and we all supported it goes. But in this manner, for just a proposal to come, we accept it like that. I don't support that. I'm not in against the minister bringing this. This is, minister may do this with a power from the constitution. Who can against that one? But we are appealing for these things to go through a thorough consultation. Ali Carlos as leaders to consult them and other authorities before we do this. So definitely, Honorable Speaker, I would definitely conclude that if the House or members insist that this thing stops here, this is politically motivated. If it is not, then we take it to the relevant committee and they do a necessary engagement. Consultation is being done before this bill, before this motion is being passed. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jokadu.
I think this motion, in simple logic, it is high time for us to endorse this without any delay. The reason why I say so is, Honorable Speaker, because of the vast area of these mentioned areas, that is Combo North and Combo Central, warranted the IEC to demarcate it into smaller constituencies. In doing so, these constituencies were able to have representatives in this House. I think it is also wise for us to accept this motion and then be able to put safe rules in these areas to be able to do business without any delay. Honorable Speaker, in the entire Gambia, there is no constituency in this country where you put 2 or 3 constituencies and they have only one, and they have one CFO to run them. All these constituencies has been administered by a CFO. So I think it's better for these newly constituted constituencies also to have this privilege and right to be able to have their own CFOs so that they'll be able to take care of these constituencies in a very simple and perfect manner. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jokadu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister of Local Government for ably laying this motion as per the request of the file as per the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, 58(2). The minister responsible for local government, in consultation with the regional governors, may make recommendation to the National Assembly for creation of new CFO district. To this effect, I have a lot of reservation in terms of this motion. Why? Because it's clearly put that the demarcation was done since 2015. I put this to all of us. Why now? Why not before? Who were the ministers holding this particular portfolio? What heralded the ignorant of what is mandatory? Because here, if we are to say that it is prudent for it to happen, we all know the geopolitical location within constituencies. I live in Olyundum, within the area. I know how difficult sometimes to fetch for a chief in issues that arises. But sometimes I put this to various authorities. Why the delay? Because in as much as we are concerned, it has been done. So I want to also put this question to the minister. If these offices are created, are they going to start earnest as per section 58 of the Constitution? 1, the president shall appoint a district CFO in consultation with the minister responsible for local government. If it is yes, on what fund? On what budget would they be paid? I want that clarity. And also the various constituencies. Is the minister? Do the ministry had a consultation within those constituencies to ascertain the current status quo? I also want the minister to guide us on that. And the other thing also is various constituencies. I heard of an act that is before this house. If it is true, I think I should be helped. If it is not, that electoral is an act or so, or bill, where some constituencies will also be redemarcated. Now, when it happens, what will be the fate again? Whether it will come back, redemarcate, a bill, a motion of such will also come to substitute those redemarcation. I want to be assisted in this. And finally, we believe that Constitution supersedes everything. In as much as this motion is concerned, we want clarity so as to see that it is for a purpose and it's a need and it has necessitated. Because we don't want to run into a budget where, CFOs are appointed, they will not even have salaries. Tomorrow, the assembly will be blamed. So we want clarity on which vote, where if these people are appointed, would they be paid salaries for clarity in order for us to say. We don't want to see a CFO appointed in Olyundum. Tomorrow, the CFO will say, mang salary soto. We don't want to see that. So in so doing, we want clarity. Or maybe just to create the office, then budgetary will work on till the previous. So I want this clarity from the minister, if I could be assisted on this. On that note, I thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
The Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
About the justification for bringing this thing up. As far as I'm concerned, the justification is not convincing enough. Like the Honorable Minister himself has said, this demarcation has been done since 2015. 1 year later, a new government was ushered in. We are how many years now down the line, and the government or the ministry did not see any exigency of this matter until now. Why now? Why now? Is it because of just after the end of the last electoral cycle? Now, I'm speaking. You are not the minister. You are not I know your position. You have to hear my position as well. It's inconceivable at this point in time to talk about the justification that has been tabled. Does it make sense? Yes. If it did, we are just from budget session. When people are talking, if you are representing your people and you have opinion, take the floor and speak. But you never utter any single word here when people are talking, you murmuring. That's unmannerly as a honorable member of parliament. If you have the audacity to speak, take the floor. The speaker will give it to you. You speak your mind. But stop undermining people when they are speaking, murmuring under, when you don't have the audacity to speak your mind. You cannot phrase a sentence properly. It's incorrect. Stop it. We know Chief Tansis, although we have chiefs before colonialism, but colonialists saw it as an instrument to control us, to govern people at the grassroots. When they are coming here, they don't even have more than 10 chiefs that we are here. They increase it, divide districts so that they divide and rule. They control people from the grassroots. This first republic, every government that came, when you want to control people, you create local authorities to control them. This is the mechanism. You like it or not, that's the root. That's the truth. They create alcalos. They create chiefs to control people at the grassroots. That is why the number has been increasing from colonialism, First Republic, Second Republic, and this time it's not exception. It's to control grassroots because there is no proof that the districts cannot control cases. What is the proof? Just by the word of mouth that they cannot handle cases just like that. What's the proof? Some of these tribunals are sitting once in every 3 weeks. I have cases at the tribunals. I've been there. We've all been there. It's not magic. You walk, you pay 2 fares to become a Gunjur, you go and sit at tribunal, you see how case. There is no workload. That can warrant another. We know the underlying justification. We know. No one should be fooled. We know. So we cannot take the country, the people of this country for granted. Let's be honest. If the ministry is serious, they could have put it in the budget, like the honorable member for Councillor was saying. If you think it is not because of the aftermath of these last elections, if it would have come at the budget, if it would have come 2 years ago, if it would have come, if it is a result of proper planning, if it would have come 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Let's stop fooling our people. The ministry have a lot of work to do, they are not doing anything. Al-Khalab died in Abuko, 4 months, 5 months, no one is disciplined. There is vacuum in leadership at the community level in Abuko. In Arakuta last week, they don't see it fit to replace Al-Khalos. Maybe they are looking for somebody to put there. But the constitution, what the constitution says, who should be there is very clear. Why should it take time to appoint an Al-Khalo that has died 3 months, 4 months, 5 months now? We are talking about demarcating a place that is going to be cost, that is going to increase cost on taxpayers. Let's just do things reasonably. We all want to stay in power forever, but let's do it sensibly. So that whatever we do can impact in the lives of the people. We've seen how SAFOs have been used here as political agents in political campaigns.
King Kunjang. I now invite the Honorable Member for Stani Menterek.
Could bear me witness that I think this motion affected me than any other member of his parliament. The SAFO is residing in my constituency, much more in my village, Sukuta. And he is my own relative. But then moving this motion, Honorable Speaker, and which in this motion, Sani Mentrang constituency, which is my constituency, is clearly stated in this motion. Honorable Speaker, I will need clarity from the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Lands to elaborate more why there will be this demarcation or request of this demarcation for this SAFOLUs in Combo North, Combo South, and Busumbala constituency, respectively. So far, so good, Honorable Speaker. This is the clarification I need from Honorable Minister.
Kalindi also stated, here is a bantaba. If you have anything, stand and say it before you start murmuring. It's a bantaba for everybody. Honorable Speaker, we should do our oversight functions. Go and consult your people. We are not saying that we don't want it. Go and consult them. What is wrong with we give it to the committee? Then they will come back to us. We can do justice. Because you start saying so many things here. No. All the blame will come back to us. If it does not go well, they will not blame the ministers. Why is it that they are coming to the National Assembly at this rush hour? It has never been in the agenda. It's just this morning. You and I see it. Yes, it is just this morning. It is not on the agenda that it will come just this morning. It was just yesterday, ABC, they saw it. Why rush? Let us try and do justice to things. If not, all the blame will come to us. The ministers will do what is expected of them. When they bring it, just stamp on it and go. This bill will be referred to the relevant committee for further scrutiny, and they report back to this committee, assembly. But now democracy takes its course. They happen to vote for it to be discussed. That's democracy. But you said we stay as a family and we work as a team, but the division has started. That's my expression. Honorable Speaker, I'm going to do my debate on this particular motion. I believe Honorable Minister did what he's supposed to do. He has a business that he wants this House to support. That's why he's here. But it's our responsibility also as National Assembly members. The committees that we created, we task them to go and further look into this as outstanding order dictates. Now, there is nothing wrong to create a new safer district. But now, the way it is put to us, if we said every constituency should have a safer or chief, Honorable Minister, why not Bakau? By looking at the population of Bakau, are they not entitled to have a chief? Even if they are in a municipality. Because if you are saying a constituency, is Bakau is not a constituency? Ladakunda not a constituency? To me, I'm not well schooled on that issue. I want to be better informed.
Observation. Can I observe, please?
Yes, you are welcome.
No, let me help you.
That is a constituency. And the matter that we have before of us is IEC created this constituency. It's because of IEC's creation of constituency that the minister now is embarking on to create district safers. Without IEC's demarcation, he would not do it. And I'm saying we have other constituencies called constituencies. They are in the municipalities. I'm saying in terms of administration, you want to tell me that Ibo down Ladikunda or telling them they don't have land issues? Do you understand? Now, the other factor that I want to elaborate is the remuneration of SAFON. We know that it will have the budget behind. It will have the financial cost. How are we going to pay these people? Because once an office is created, they will be appointed. And once appointment is done, they need to be paid. Are we going to pay them from the consolidated fund right now? Or is it going to be budgeted? So that's my concern. Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about Section 101 of the Constitution, introduction of bills and motions. This National Assembly need to be very careful because we cannot introduce a motion or a bill that is going to have a financial bearing on the consolidated fund. And these savers are not going to be paid from the sky. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
No, the minister did not say that. When we come to that, then we can discuss about financial implications. It's about creation of safer district. Let's talk about that, please.
Honorable Speaker, we are not against of the idea,
But what we believe is we want our committees to be given responsibility to do further engagement. And there is a committee also, Human Rights and Constitutional Matter Committee, that are having election bill where IEC is trying to demarcate other constituencies. We are going to have more constituencies in place. So that's why we are recommending for committees to look at this so that we can be better informed. It's not going to be back and forth. So that if the minister is coming, it's going to be holistic, even if it is not going to include those that are going to be created, but the committee can come and defend it. We make it a committee on motion. That's our take and that's our stand. We want our committees to do diligent work to it. 2015, this was created by the former government. The government that we overthrew, we said the government was corrupt, they were not doing things. Now, they're left, you are following their footsteps. I'm scared. Animal farm is appearing in Gambia. Animal farm is taking its course in the Gambia. I'm scared.
Politics. Now, you can see, from now against 2026, there's no politics. It's time for we to work for our people. This was created in 2015, Honorable Speaker. Now, if the minister should take his responsibility and charges to bring this to National Assembly, why are we hesitate bringing politics in these issues? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, none of these members today, you will ask to leave your seat to be Democrat, to combine Sani Mention and Olindu, one constituency. None of them will like it. Because representatives will not be there, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think being an opposition, you have to be, objective, Honorable Speaker, for development. Representing you, yes, observe me, yes, I have.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. You see, these political scoring points should be over. It's time for work. You cannot be an opposition even to the progress of the nation. The people of Busumbala, the people of all other areas are crying for the heavy load of cases in them. And they need the minister to be proactive. We come to this parliament to serve the interests of our people. And these people are concerned. And these people need this. So you don't come here and score political point and some of them making this noise, after talking they go.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And no, Honorable Speaker, he take my time. Honorable Speaker, he is taking my time. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether you will compensate me, and it will be your discretion.
Only if you give permission for you to be observed or for clarification, if you give it out.
I have no problem. Honorable Speaker, again, if you want to criticize things, be in your order. This is constitutional mandate to the minister to do this. In fact, this was demarcated in 2015. The essence of minister bringing this, it was just a procedure, but it has already been demarcated as a constituencies and the districts. And each district, you are entitled to be there should be a CFO in the constituencies or a district. Already demarcated. He's not bringing this as a new demarcation. No, the old demarcation in 2015 that he put in his footpath on it.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Orders, Constitution 6, Section 58 of the Constitution, subsection 2. The minister is responsible for local government.
No, honorable member, what is your point of order?
The point of order is the member.
No, make reference to the standing order.
I'm using the Constitution.
No, you make reference to the standing order.
Both standing order and the Constitution.
No, reference to the standing order and then to the Constitution. We are guided by procedure here, and a procedure in the House is standing order.
Yes.
Yes, it's not the Constitution.
Okay.
All right.
My time, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, no, we will compensate you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you want to disregard any business, this parliament belongs to everybody. You've been opposition or government. Whatever comes to the people or in interest of the people, we have to see our people first. Don't see your personal gain or your personal interest. No, Honorable Speaker, this is not Honorable Senator. I won't do that. Honorable Speaker, Minister bringing this, he is the third one. Before he come in parliament, that was a minister who was at the opposite side. He never bring it back to the chamber here. But him being somebody who is representing people, because trust and confidence, this is why he is there.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. 29. Honorable Speaker, 29 subs 5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. And if you look at the Constitution, Section 58 of the Constitution, the minister responsible for local government may, in consultation with the regional governors, make recommendation to the National Assembly for the creation of new CFO district. So the honorable member is saying that the minister, whether he likes, it's just a formality to come. This is not a formality, it's a constitutional requirement for him to be here. So he needs to be schooled.
Honorable, you may continue. Member for lower.
Honorable Speaker, I think he is not ready. Honorable Speaker, the member of Central Bank, Badebo, I want you to represent your people and the entire government people, Honorable Speaker, based on the realities and facts. You being an opposition doesn't mean you will not listen very well, Honorable Speaker. This is general interest of Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, in fact, the CFO in Simon, I am beside him. You can go and find a big queue. This is why the only member for Simon should have support this thing 100%. Because the query and problems on land disputes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the traditional and customs of land dispute. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I guess this is a national interest. Each member who reasons very well will support it. Because we are represented by our people, the power of the people, and the voice of the people. Honorable Speaker, any member who wants to associate himself on this, then Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, and again, the member for Central Bank.
Honorable member for Lower Salu.
Yes.
Why not? Just
yes,
why not?
I'm coming. Honorable Speaker, he is accusing the ABC committee that we have adopted and approved this thing. I said we are represented by our party, Democrat. I'm sitting here as a National Assembly member for Lower Salom, not the party. And I'm representing the entire people. The voice of the people sits on this here, not at the ABC. It's here to make agenda for the National Assembly to deal with any matters that is in interest of our people. And this matter is in interest of our people. I will support the 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister actually guided the National Assembly with the introductory remark that he humbly posed that this esteemed assembly carefully consider the creation of the CFO districts. If this has been brought to us today, and the minister is telling you carefully consider the creation of new CFO districts, the onus lies on us to act accordingly. I think it is in that spirit that the honorable member for Woolly East, he did not say that there was nobody who was against considering the motion, but rather to commit the motion to the relevant committee. As the minister rightfully called us, that is the body that can do so. And for me, if there are members who can talk about this, more are the ones that are directly affected. My constituency and my district is directly affected. And that's why I felt it diligently I will concur with the advice of the minister to act carefully. The committee will do its work, but as a people's representative, I should also do my work. Consult my people. This is about traditional and customary administration. Our role is legislative representation. The several are for tradition and customary. I think the First Republic, we used to have consequences with 2 or more districts. The Second Republic tried to align a constituency to a district. Both have advantages and disadvantages. This is not about representation. We have customs, tradition, and electoral representation. We cannot align that. And that's why this was put to the former minister in 2017, where the government is considering aligning constituencies that are newly demarcated. The government was not considering because government is acting, reviewing the electoral act, act, and where this issue of demarcation will be addressed. The government also is in the position of reviewing the constitution, where the issue of demarcation will be on the table. Before us, that's why we have the local government, election bill, where these constituencies we are talking about, Birkama North, is recommended to be further demarcated into 2 constituencies. Likewise, Birkama South, Sanementering 2, Olyundum 2, and Busumbara 2, Combo South 3. By now, if you talk of justification, it's based on population. The most populous constituency.
Honorable, thank you very much.
We come in this house to serve our people. I live in Combo North. I know the pressure that the people of Combo North have regarding accessing some of these basic services that they could get from a chief. I believe the member should tell his people have told him, and I'm a living witness that this is an issue. So let us not come to this house. If this thing was not tabled here before, we would not have a constituency called Busumbal. We will not have a constituency called Sarementreng, or call it what. It's as a need. And the same need that brought the minister here also, for the same need to respond to the need of the people. Remember, population is growing. In the constituency that I come from, the member said is Fuladu. Fuladu was so big, the need arise, they put it to lower and upper Fuladu. And the same need that arrived here, that's the same need that the ministry is acting. We represent people and we know this is what is happening because, look, let the opposition with progress. Let us be opposition with progress. And let us not come to this gallery.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Come.
Point of order.
Come.
Yes. Point of order. Yes. Order 29. Order 29.5.
29.5.
Scope of debate. Yes, content of speeches. No member shall input motive to any other member. This house is composed of constituencies, people representing constituencies and the country. Nobody belongs to anybody in this country. They are independent people. So don't go and calling us opposition. Why are you calling us?
Thank you very much.
To be honest, I have not seen any bearing on the fact that you are on the opposing side to be called an opposition. I mean, for me, I think you are just making a ruling. Honorable, member for Woolly East. Member for Woolly East, please. Can we allow the honorable member for Lower Fuladu? I have done that. I have done that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Like I said, it's never late than now. We entrust the minister to do justice within his purview. He did his quota and bring it here. We are also representing people. We are in the people. We are with them. We know what is their eye crowd. And because they are crying, and they have that in them, so it is our responsibility to make justice to what they are crying. And this is one of the key things that they are crying for. I have a relative who have a case. Understand? But up to now, we cannot access the CFO in Sukuta because of the health backlog of issues. And he is even promising to bring it to the National Assembly here. So if the minister was very wise enough to come up with such a suggestion to NAMS, I think we dare not waste time and think whatsoever. We should just act justice. And on that note, I've joined my other colleagues to bless this thing. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Land and Regional Government for acting in line with the 1997 Constitution. The member for Woolly East read a very important section in the Constitution. That is section 58 sub 2. The minister responsible for local government may, in consultation with the regional governors, make recommendation to the National Assembly for creation of new district CFOs. That's what he read. And we are told that in 2015, and as some members indicated, it was demarcated by the Independent Electoral Commission. And in line with the Constitution, the minister brought a motion today, which reads, motion to create new CFO districts in West Coast region in line with the demarcation of Constituencies Order 2015. He also quoted a provision of which refers us to Cap 301 of Volume 1 to Laws of the Gambia, that's the Elections Act Schedule, Part 2, which of course comprises the constituency boundaries, in line with that. Therefore, every member of the National Assembly owes it to him or herself to act in line with the Constitution and also the standing orders of the National Assembly. The government of the day should be commended. Other members indicated 2015 to date. Why not? We recognize that there was irregularities, and the honorable minister and the government under the president decided to regularize that irregularity. It's the responsibility of every member of the National Assembly to support that and to encourage government to continue act in accordance and in the spirit of the 1997 Constitution. That's in order. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, we commend government for this. And let's ask ourselves, is the action of the minister illegal, unlawful, or against the Constitution? No, it is not. Others talk about politics. You are taking the side of politics. You think creating this and acting in accordance with the Constitution is not to your advantage, it's to the advantage of the current government. You are not fair to the people of the Gambia whom you are representing here, not against this government. I want to thank the minister, and I want to thank you sincerely. When motions are brought here, it's about democracy, whether you are in for it or not. And those motions that are brought in here is in accordance with the law, because we are representing the people. The minister, remember, even the president under Section 80 could create offices and effect appointment to those offices. But no, he said, whatever he is doing, his government will do it in line with the dictate of the Constitution and due process. That's the fact. That is the honest. And of course, once offices are created by the National Assembly, appointment will be effected by the Chief Executive Officer of the country, and who will direct monies that are appropriated by a government and by the National Assembly. That is why we have contingencies, we have other monies somewhere else lying, so that in the event of emergencies, in the events of issues that are not foreseen when we are appropriating, and those monies could be utilized. And among them is creation of offices, because it's the Constitution that empowered the president to create offices. So we want to thank members of the National Assembly for that. It is important also to set the record straight. During colonial or during the First Republic, there were 10 chiefs, no problem. There could even be 5 chiefs. But at the time of 1965, was Gambia more than 500,000 people? Now we are talking about more than 2 million people. Can we still continue? Because in 1965, the way we are living, it was decadent, outdated laws, draconian laws. You want us to still live by that? You want us to still to be governed by the way we were being governed in 1965? Before 1965, colonial? No, we cannot live by that. And I think government, we want to commend you. We hope that the appointment of chiefs will be done soonest so that they will continue to serve the people of Combo North, the people of Brikama North, Brikama South, Sanementreng, and Busumbala. And we're looking for, you see, the minister in his motion indicated that it is in line with the demarcated constituencies. There might be a constituency that is the biggest, but it is not demarcated. And he is coming to regularize the irregularities. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have some more names. Unfortunately, the time is up. I will now have to call upon the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and to wind up the debate. Honorable Minister.
For in no reserved way doing justice to this motion. I normally don't like calling members as I respond to questions or statements, but in this case I have to do so, starting from the Nyanija member who elaborated succinctly for me on the motion. I thank you so much for that. Honorable member for Kiang West. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is politically motivated. Doing our service to people is not political. We represent the whole Gambia in the position. And when we present in issues like this, we represent in the whole country. So we don't look with a political lens in defining it. It has been a process since in the 70s, as we are well aware, as Honorable Deputy Speaker mentioned. Upper Fuladu have been redemarcated. Fonya has been one constituency before. It went to 2 constituencies and now 5 constituencies. And all those constituencies were demarcated for political purposes, but later on we had a representative of chiefs. In the attempt of resolving the mentioned conflict in the broader aim, as your Honorable Speaker, we are all aware of the population boom in the area. Land disputes have escalated tremendously. Economic issues have also escalated. Rent and tribunals have also escalated. Other social vices in all constituencies have escalated. And we've discovered that by the boom of population, these things cannot be addressed by one chief in a single constituency with all that number of people under problems. As I've said earlier on, the broader aim is to make sure we resolve these type of problems in the earliest possible means. Rent, social vices, economic, trade, land policies, land, and so many other relative issues that the chiefs are supposed to be dealing with in their respective constituencies or districts. For Jokado, also for elaborating and highlighting the significance of the whole purpose. And Councillor asked few questions which indicates, one, where there has been consulted. Yes, consultations have already been made with governors that made us to come up here with the bill for the last part of the last format, which is the National Assembly, and whether they are going to be paid for, which is also been addressed by the Honorable Deputy Speaker and also the member for Oluyundum. And move on to the lessons, risks, underperformance, and so on. No, I think with this purpose, we are going to maximally make sure the chiefs perform their duties maximally, not to underperform in any sense, because the population increase in each of these constituencies that led IEC to demarcate them is purposely for that maximization of resource and positions and power in terms of responsibilities. The demarcation also refers to the process we started. Now, redemarcation is a process, and demarcation is itself a process. Areas have been demarcated, but there has never existed any boundary lines in constituencies before in history, but it may come sometime later. As we speak, we are intending to do so in the near future when we have a scientific system to be able to identify lands, limits, and so on. But we cherish the system that is already in place by the IEC, because every district or every constituency has number of villages that it captures. That number of villages will definitely be the representation of districts as we move on. For Talending, devolution of responsibilities is the intention of government ever since. And I think this is a process of which also we are partaking in. The last electoral cycle also was the mayor or the chairman elections, and it has already exceeded. So being the fact that we are no more coming to face elections until otherwise, that's why government feel it necessary to come up with these type of solutions to be able to serve the people better. So Honorable Speaker, the intention is not in any way political, it is to serve the people better. And the Honorable Deputy Speaker also have highlighted, in the modern world, controlling people, I will quote it, is impossible. You cannot say you're doing this to control people. You cannot control people's mind and even anything on people now, because everybody feels there is democracy, there is freedom of movement, freedom of everything. So governments are really cherishing that thanks to the current government that is possible. Tribunals are really working hard across the country, because without the tribunals, we are going to be nowhere. And then the reasons why we are even doing this is to lessen the trouble on the tribunals at the chief's level, because they are sitting every day, they are moving everywhere to investigate before they sit, and their salaries and remunerations are so low. So being the fact, lessening their responsibility and their work is going to help government and other people within the society to have their services effectively. And somebody asked we should plan better. This is within the planning process, because whatever you do in terms of administration is within the planning process. Either it has been planned in tandem with the policy and programs, it is a planning process. And a process that goes, it's a similar, that moves on and on and on. Alekalo's elections without political interference, as I said, that is going to be for Talending still. Saying we are not capable of selecting Alekalis, I think that could be a misquote, and a very serious misquote for that matter. We are capable of doing our responsibilities if we are free to do our responsibilities. No, excuse me. It's been mentioned that we are not capable of doing this, so we can't be doing this. Those things could be too relative. I am saying—
My word is not capable, please.
We at the ministry are having no prejudice in trying to nominate or select or elect anybody. We are saying let's avoid political interference in what we are trying to do. And I think it has been similarly an issue when it comes to this Talending thing. So I don't want to elaborate in detail on that one. Sanementreng, yes, the demarcation affects the area. It has been issues that you are already aware of: population, land, economic, rent, marital problems. The chiefs cannot even, contain the marital conflicts in their various jurisdictions, talk less about having the whole constituencies combined together 2 or 3. Sami, the reason for the time is better, and I think it's better late than never for anybody to come with its issues or solutions to problems that people are having difficulties in addressing. Well, the criticality and the controversial, I may not see that, but thank God members have already alluded to the fact that this thing is not controversial, nor very critical in terms of looking at the content matter of it. For Jara Central, thank you so much for the commendation, and they said whether immediately, yes, they have been catered for. Now, you requested whether they have been catered for, and I think Honorable Deputy Speaker have highlighted. You see, this is a country and we need to move. So when we create situations and circumstances for a state, the state has to be able to contain it and move on. So either it has been catered, I can assure you that it has been budgeted for, and we are moving on. That's why we have the confidence in coming to Parliament for the approval to be able to elect, or let's say, select those representatives.
Yes.
The boundary demarcations, as you said, we as a country have not gone into demarcation of constituencies, no districts, no regions, no villages as yet. But I think it will all be embedded in the system that will be more of scientific than the current situations we have or we can use. And the demarcation is not to divide people, because there is what we call the overlapping rights in constituencies, districts, and so on, which we don't want to touch at the moment, because it's one of the most difficult and sensitive area in terms of demarcation. So we are very cognizant of that, and we are trying to be very careful when we come to boundary demarcation. Notwithstanding, we are capitalizing on this opportunity of village count on the constituencies to use as our chiefdoms. Central Badibu, we stand by the explanation of the honorable member of Nyanija, who really, I think, have absolutely answered to the definitions or the questions you've been asking. This is a systematic process in appointing chiefs like in Contiunes, as I've said. It's systematic. If you have a constituency being demarcated, automatically the government capitalizes or the administration capitalizes in appointing chiefs to make sure the system moves on. But again, it all boils down to authority, to make authority and services available to the grassroots and to the doorstep of every Gambian. I think we are all yearning for that. Salum, Balo, and all Yundum all commented on the same thing in their interjections, and I thank you so much for those supporting the government in that item. Combo note, the rights that the position is traditional. Yes, he's actually right. The position is traditional and it's customary. This is why we are making it locally based. In fact, chiefs, in appointing them, we look for people who are not moving, people who are stagnant, or people who are staying there, they are birth, they are indigenous, and so on. So several factors are considered when it comes to the appointment of chiefs. It is not also conflicting at all based on the aforestated issues like the push factors. Now, we don't have a conflict in idea or a conflict in behavior or conflict in anything or conflicting with any form, because we have a push factor. There is something that is pushing us to do this, and those push factors have already been defined, like the population, the economy, the core, the marital cases, etc., etc. And for Lower Fuladu, thank you so much. I think the example have been quoted from Fuladu ends to the Fonyi ends to the Sierra North ends, which has been redemarcated into constituencies and later on became chiefdoms. All Yundum is the same thing, and thank you so much all for your comments. And finally, my last thank goes to the Deputy Speaker, who is almost the last speaker, for at least making my presentation very legal. Thank you so much. Thank you, honorable members and speaker. Do I stay? Thank you, honorable speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, honorable minister. Let me thank you very much for tabling your motion very eloquently and defending and, of course, addressing issues raised by honorable members. And to all honorable members, for your rich debate and questions posed to ensure that you make the right decision. To all of you, I thank you. Now, Honorable, let me put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the motion for the creation of safer districts in the West Coast region in line with the demarcation of constituencies Order 2015, Section 58.2 of the 1997 Constitution and Section 1332 of the Local Government Act. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. No. The ayes have it. You call, Honorable, you calling for a division? Okay, honorable members, let's vote. Honorable members, those against the motion, please raise your towels. Honorable members, the results. Yes, 24, no, 5. The ayes have it. Honorable members, once again, let me thank all of you. It has been a difficult and busy day. This is what we call democracy. On that note, honorable members, I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned till Wednesday, 21st June, 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stands adjourned until
ku yoddu sa xat te quality jas na ñoo yor seen cumbukaay tur day uyu borom jasna pire soo ko bëggee fii si biir Gambia bi dawal foofu sa quality jasna your number one stop shop ana sama jigéen ñi dama bëgg ngeen jox ma seen nopp garme yi ndaxte quality jasna amal nañ leen ay til yu toj daala poos abaya yu yiiw waaye it amal nañ leen ay boreda yu rafet boreda yoo xam ne pour góor ñi la ak pour jigéen ñi amal nañ leen body scrub yi nga xam ne nii dafay defar seen yaram bam nice waaye it fàttewuñ fa diw yi ana sama jeeg yu pare yi quality jasna amal nañ leen fa andi cuuraay yu neex house spray ak bépp xeetu baax pour seen biir néeg dama ne atum ren ji ku sa jëkkër mere ku ne yow la neex ndaxte quality jasna ñëw na si dëkk bi pour defar sëy yi makeup artist yi bàyyi leen gannaaw ñu ngi leen fa amal ay makeup product yu quality waxu leen léegi nii foofa sa Westfield jàkkaarloog monument bi wala nga jokkoo quality jasna si 250 01 24 ak quality jasna taaral sa bopp taaral sa néeg waaye it bégal sa alaaji aas
Part of my tour of West Africa, I'm here in the Gambia and I'm humbled to meet with Mr. Singate, one of the partners of WAWAC. Singate, we are glad to visit your studio finally.
Finally, yes. Thank you, Mr. Diouf. Thanks for coming.
You did a song on WAF and you've also produced a few artists. You were part of the COVID-19 project. How was this like?
Yeah, it was a good experience. And then most importantly is the theme of the project, which was very important. The COVID was a global pandemic, we all know.
Opportunity you can miss.
Gambia High and St. Augustine used to be the two biggest rivals in terms of both sports and academics. Mu nekkoon loo xam ne lu fes la te duñ ko daan caaxaane sax nag like ñun suñ time mu nekkoon lu serious the stampede amoon si stadium bi mu nekkoon lu fatal. I had the inspiration, came up with the idea for me reconcile schools.
If you're really ready, oh yes, I'm ready. Let us unite and make it right. If you're really ready, oh yes, I'm ready. Let us unite and sing it right. God sends reconciliation. Time over in the Hollywood.
Yeah, no, but self fresh touch.
Immigration status, and you have experienced hard times because of the COVID-19 pandemic.